95.9. The Johns Hopkins Health Minute, now on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
At Johns Hopkins, I'm Elizabeth Tracy.
When someone is thought to have a brain tumor, procedures to make the diagnosis may be risky or invasive. So a new test developed by Chetan Bedegowda, director of the Department of Neurosurgery at Johns Hopkins, and colleagues, is a welcome addition to tests used for diagnosis and monitoring.
The work that we publish is an attempt to understand what's happening in the brain without the need to perform invasive brain biopsies. Accessing the brain and spinal cord is more challenging than almost any other part of the body because it's housed in these structures of the skull or the spinal column. Even the simplest of biopsies ends up actually being a neurosurgical procedure done in the operating room with a real risk. How do we follow treatment? How do we establish a diagnosis without the need to do surgery?
The test samples cerebrospinal fluid, or CSF, which surrounds the brain and spinal cord, looking for DNA from the tumor in addition to assessing immune response. At Johns Hopkins, I'm Elizabeth Tracy.
WICC is live and local in the afternoons. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Weekdays from 2 to 6.
Hey there, it's Friday, and now we have reports that Democrats are working on another housing bill for a special session, but not revealing any details. They're doing it all secretly. That's stunning, huh? And Chris Caruso joins us in the 5 o'clock hour for all things Bridgeport.
Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Every weekday starting at 2 on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
We all have the ability to make a difference, to come together, to change a life, to make a wish come true. By supporting Make-A-Wish Connecticut, you are bringing hope and joy to children fighting critical illnesses. Children like me. Visit ct.wish.org to learn how you can become a wishmaker and be part of a journey that changes lives. Just imagine what you can do. Visit ct.wish.org today to learn more. That's ct.wish.org.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. If you use propane to heat your home, now is the right time to sign up for automatic delivery and our award-winning service. We deliver propane for heating your home, propane for your cooktop, propane for your pool heater, and propane for your generator. We can even install a new propane fireplace in time for the holiday festivities. Most importantly, our technicians work 24/7 to provide you with the absolute best service possible. So for all your heating oil, air conditioning, and propane needs, call Standard Oil today or visit us online at standardoil.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866.
This is WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Toronto hosts Game 1 of baseball's World Series tonight.
For the Blue Jays, tonight marks their first World Series appearance in more than 3 decades. For the Dodgers, it's a shot at a second straight title and third in 6 years. But L.A. skipper Dave Roberts isn't getting swept up in the dynasty talk.
Right now, we're just focused on the Blue Jays, and we need to play good baseball. And then, hopefully we put that topic of, legacy on the table for many people to debate.
Meanwhile, Jays skipper John Schneider says he won't be intimidated by the Dodgers' star-studded lineup.
I'll never count my guys out of any series.
The Dodgers and Blue Jays meet for Game 1 tonight at Rogers Center. Erica Herskowitz for CBS News.
Forecasters say Hurricane Melissa could intensify into a strong hurricane by Sunday. It's blamed for at least one death already in Haiti and has knocked out water and power in parts of the Dominican Republic. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Getting through your work week is tough. but the weekend means one thing: football. And all the best action is heard live on WICC. Every Sunday at 11, the Rudin Report presents Sunday Morning Quarterback, recapping the week of high school football. Then at 12:30, it's time to go pro with the NFL and the Duchess Restaurants doubleheader, because Sundays are made for football. Every week this season on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Evolve your vehicle ownership experience with Maritime Chevrolet of Fairfield. Take the hassle out of vehicle maintenance and choose Mobile Service Plus at Maritime, where our technicians come to you. We can replace your brakes, change your oil, and update all your maintenance at your home or office. No lines, no traffic, and no inconvenience. We meet you on your terms at MaritimeChevy.com, where world-class technicians and superior hospitality come standard. That's MaritimeChevy.com.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
Experience the range-topping, dual-motor, all-wheel drive sophistication of the Cadillac Lyriq at Cadillac of Greenwich. The Lyriq is the first American car to win the German Car of the Year and offers undeniable style and uncompromising comfort. Or experience the first Lyriq V, the fastest production Cadillac ever produced. Arrive in style with this pinnacle of modern automotive excellence. Visit CadillacofGreenwich.com today and elevate your driving experience with the iconic 2025 Cadillac Lyriq.
Selling your home is a big decision. You deserve someone who truly listens and picks up the phone when you call. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate, and we make real estate simple. Whether you're ready to sell, just exploring your options, or even want a cash offer on your property, call me directly at 203-980-6886. No pressure, just real results.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarbeautyRealEstate.com.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit Ellen J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
Looking for complete dental care in one convenient location? Visit Columbia Dental in Norwalk. Their expert team includes a general dentist, periodontist, and oral surgeon. So whether you need a routine checkup and cleaning, dental implants, or wisdom teeth extraction, they've got you covered. Quality care all under one roof. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com.
WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Sunny and nice this afternoon with a high near 60. Mainly clear and chilly this evening and overnight. The upper 30s to near 40. Saturday sunny with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to The Download on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut. Now, another in-depth interview with Lisa Wexler.
Jennifer Jacobs joining us from CBS News right now. Jennifer, are you at the White House in D.C.? Where are you? Hello and good morning.
Hi, Lisa. Yes, I am. Good morning. Great to talk with you.
So a couple of things, White House correspondent. I guess the first thing that comes to mind is the shutdown. But, of course, the second thing is, what does the White House look like right now? I'm really curious to know with your own eyes. I haven't seen it. Does it look like the East Wing isn't there anymore?
You are correct. The East Wing is not there anymore. I saw Stephen Colbert on late night yesterday said something about it looks like a rotisserie chicken after your dog got to it. That is not far from the truth. It's a pile of rubble right now. They're starting to haul out the dirt and some of the construction debris, and they're taking the dirt to a nearby golf course, which is on federal land down on a point on the Potomac River. But the East Wing itself is just a a spot in the dirt right now. Several parts have been dismantled. The main building, which was 2 stories tall, is gone. And then there was a corridor connecting the East Wing to the old historic mansion, the executive residence. And now that is gone.
But wasn't the East Wing where the first ladies traditionally had their offices?
Yeah, that's right. I believe Rosalind Carter was the very first lady who had a permanent office in the East Wing, but it was built in 1902, not long before the West Wing. And it was remodeled in 1942 during FDR's time. So the first ladies, all the way from Evelyn Roosevelt, would have strode through those halls all the way through.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, did I say Evelyn? Eleanor Roosevelt.
Okay.
And all the way through Betty Ford and Lady Bird Johnson and Nancy Reagan and Hillary Clinton and Michelle Obama and Jill Biden, of course. So there was a lot of history in that building. The renovations had made it over the years. I wouldn't say it was the most visually spectacular building, but there was a lot of history in that place.
So what I'm reading is that the entire White House is 55,000 square feet, which I think presumably included the East Wing. And now Donald Trump is building a 90,000 square foot ballroom that will attach to the rest of the White House. Is there not going to be any more offices for first ladies going forward?
There will be. And you're exactly right, Lisa. The executive mansion is about 55,000 square feet, but it's multiple stories. It looks like it's a smaller building, but it actually has, get this, 6 stories in the mansion itself.
Really?
Yes.
That is visually very surprising. You're right. Okay.
There's a lot underground, and there's a lot that doesn't meet the eye. But the new East Wing, our sources, CBS sources, tell us it'll be even larger than 90,000. And President Trump has hinted that a little bit. He told us the other day, he said, when people ask me the capacity of the new ballroom, I say it's going to be 999. He said, because once you crack 1,000, people start getting concerned because that's really big. And it is really big. It's going to have multiple stories. Yes, Lisa, the new First Lady's offices will be back in the East Wing, so they are rebuilding. Also displaced were the Legislative Affairs staff and the White House Military Office, which is a key office. They're the ones that handle the basic functions inside the White House, everything from transportation for White House officials, medical, hospitality, food service. And those guys all had an office in the East Wing. The visitors office, the head of the visitors department, had an office in the East Wing. And Americans and your listeners who had ever come to the White House and gotten a pass from their congressional member.
Yes, I did that years ago. Yes.
You did. So you would have strolled through that East Wing. You went in through those side doors between Treasury and the East Wing, came in, went down a long corridor, past a wheelchair ramp into the White House. And all of that is gone now.
Okay, so people are astonished. A lot of people are completely and totally astonished. I was reading Kate Brower's account. She's a White House historian. She says she's heartbroken and astonished. But he did it. It's done. And Donald Trump is nothing if not a real estate developer. So having said that, how long do you think it will be before what is built is built? I saw this morning that he claims that he's raised $300 million in pledges, and he's put it on a website so people can see who's pledging to it. But I guess my question is, how long does he think it's going to take? And also, who is going to design it? And is it going to look like the same classical form of architecture as the White House?
Yes. How long it will take, it's going to take several months. We know that he wants it done very, very quickly. His intention is to have it done before the end of his term, and we're less than a year in so far. So I have no doubt that it will be finished in time for President Trump to welcome guests there. Yes, the president has told us and has shared architectural renderings that show it does have some of the same features, classic features of the executive mansion with those Palladian windows, a white exterior, tall ceilings, very similar.
Okay. Yeah, because I know Donald Trump is a fan of classical architecture. One of the first edicts that he made when he was in his first term was that he said all federal buildings were no longer going to be in the brutalist modernist style, but that they were all going to resemble the classical architecture that is beautiful around Washington, D.C. I wonder if he reinstituted that in his second term. but I know that he cared about that immensely. Okay, so that's interesting. So we don't know the particular architect who's been chosen. We're chatting with Jennifer Jacobs of CBS News, but the intention is to be sort of architecturally seamless with the White House itself. That's the intention.
That's right.
Okay.
Yes.
Wow. And what about the reaction on Capitol Hill? Is this strictly a, once again, partisan reaction where Republicans are saying, yes, he had every right to do it and it's great, and Democrats are saying, no way, he didn't have any right to do it and it's awful? Like, is anybody from either party having a different point of view, or is everybody falling along party lines here?
Well, the signal to noise ratio, there's a lot of outcry because not everyone has the same tastes as President Trump. There's a little bit of nervousness about some of the gold embellishment and some of the oversized, exaggerated things he likes to do. Not everyone has the same taste, so I think people are a little worried about that. But it has fallen mostly on party lines. Democrats are concerned about the president proceeding with things without the regular, normal process, opening it up to public comment, running it by historical commissions and boards, having some oversight. And they're concerned that the president deliberately he wasn't as forthright as he could have been. He could have said, I am going to tear down the entire East Wing, and I'm not going to have a review process. Instead, he did it rather quietly. So some Democrats will very quietly admit the East Wing wasn't an architectural gem, and it had been modified over the years, and it really, truly did need renovations. And yes, it has been awkward to have state dinners on a soggy lawn in a makeshift tent. It just wasn't an architecturally stunning part of the White House, the East Wing. And Democrats and Republicans who you talk to privately will admit that. But I think what people are startled by is just that feeling of being blindsided, that they didn't know how dramatic this alteration was going to be.
It's very typical of real estate developers. I mean, it just is. I guess I'm so familiar with what real estate developers do, and this is what they do, I mean, it's always
they want to get it done quickly and efficiently.
They blow it up and they rebuild it. They blow it up and they rebuild it. A lot about Donald Trump reminds me of Ayn Rand's philosophy in Atlas Shrugged, as well as The Fountainhead. Did you ever read those, Jennifer Jacobs? Did you ever read either one of those books?
You know what? I did early in college. That was a lot of years ago, Lisa.
Yeah. But I'm just saying this idea, because one of her heroines was a real estate developer, the architect in one, a real estate developer in another, the John Galt figure. And he would just, forget about all the bureaucracy. Don't tell me what to do. I have the vision, and I'm going to do it. And that's what Donald Trump does. Now, before I let you go, and I thank you for your time, what is the latest? Is there any latest on the shutdown? And is there any movement towards reopening?
Sure. The U.S. House last voted, as you know, on September 19th. The Senate, and they've been away from the Capitol for a while now. The U.S. Senate now is gone until Monday. President Trump flies out of the United States tonight. He's heading on an Asia trip to Malaysia and South Korea and Japan. So we're on day 24 of the shutdown. Both sides are looking for leverage to get the other side to agree to fund the federal government. The GOP is just asking to fund the government until November 21st, which is less than a month away. There was a GOP bill yesterday to pay workers that were deemed essential during the shutdown. That was rejected by Senate Democrats, and then the Republicans rejected the Democratic ideas. So no movement on the stalemate. Today is supposed to be a payday for a lot of federal workers. We are hearing some reports that it's more than 1 million federal workers that are getting no pay today. So for now, no action, Lisa.
But what is the strategy
expected.
of the Democrats in voting down paying essential workers? What could the strategy be there?
They are really hoping to get some movement on health care, to get an extension of those subsidies for Obamacare for people whose health insurance costs are going to rise dramatically. So they really want to hold firm until they get some action on health care.
And this is all in the Senate right now. This really isn't in the House, right? That's where the action is, in the Senate?
You got it. That's correct.
And do you see any kind of bending? Do you see any kind of, for the good of the people, the good of the country, we're going to have to make a compromise here? Is there anything going on behind closed doors?
Well, the Trump administration warned yesterday that flight disruptions could caused problems with traffic, or the air traffic controllers missing their first paycheck, and snags in the airline traffic could lead to ripple effects with Americans being dissatisfied. It's going to take American pressure on their lawmakers. And there's various other things, like there's this Arizona congresswoman-elect who isn't being sworn in. So there are various things that both sides want, and they're using them as leverage points to try to move the other side. Nothing's worked so far.
So basically it's going to have to be bottom up. When the hue and the cry is so great that it crosses party lines in terms of regular Americans, then they'll do their job.
Rand Paul predicted, Senator Rand Paul, a Republican, predicted that the shutdown would end in a week or two once everyone gets together and starts negotiating.
Thank you very much, Jennifer Jacobs of CBS News at the White House. Thank you so much for reporting in today. Much appreciated.
You're welcome.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Sunny and nice this afternoon with a high near 60. Mainly clear and chilly this evening and overnight. The upper 30s to near 40. Saturday sunny with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's October 24th. On this day in 1931, one of the world's busiest bridges, the George Washington Bridge, opened for the very first time. Today we celebrate the oldest candy in America, introduced in 1893, Good and Plenty.
Charlie says, love my Good and Plenty. Charlie says, really rings the bell.
On this day in 1972, Hall of Fame baseball player Jackie Robinson passed away at his home in Stamford.
Jackie Robinson has been called the most exciting player of his time. He's the man who broke the color line in baseball in 1947. He's a member of baseball's Hall of Fame, of course, Mr. Jackie Robinson.
October 24th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. You're listening to WICC 695.9, the Voice of Connecticut. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
Is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Christopher Cruz in Washington. We begin with new signs of shutdown stress, including a dire warning from the head of the Air Traffic Controllers Union about his members' performance in the tower. Nick Daniels spoke to reporters at the Philadelphia airport.
They cannot be 100% focused on their jobs, which makes this system less safe every day that this shutdown continues. Tomorrow will be less safe than today.
Air traffic controllers are working, but because of the shutdown, they aren't being paid. And almost 42 million people in the U.S. who get federal food assistance may be out of luck in a few days because of the shutdown. Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey says the president could keep that from happening.
President Trump is making a choice because right now, sitting in Washington is a contingency fund of billions of dollars that the president can use to make these funds available next week.
Not guilty, the plea today by a defiant New York Attorney General Letitia James in federal court on charges of lying on mortgage documents.
This is not about me. This is about all of us. And about a justice system which has been weaponized.
The trial's been set for January, but former Deputy Assistant U.S. Attorney General Tom Dupree says James's lawyers are going to try to keep the case from getting that far.
The defense's strategy is going to be to knock this indictment out before it ever sees the light of day before a jury. What they are going to try to argue is that the prosecutor, Lindsay Halligan's appointment was unlawful. And so they're basically going to try to short circuit this entire case and get it thrown out.
The Pentagon says a 10th military strike overnight on alleged drug traffickers in the Caribbean and the Pacific killed 6 men. Now, CBS News Pentagon reporter Eleanor Watson says an aircraft carrier is headed to the waters off South America. It's just the latest buildup of military forces in the region.
There are 10,000 in total U.S. forces around the Caribbean now between warships and on bases in Puerto Rico. There are questions on what the administration is gearing up for.
And we've learned more about what foreign troops will be doing as they try to keep the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas in Gaza in place. CBS's Holly Williams has that.
Under the president's plan, the International Stabilization Force would work with Palestinian police officers in Gaza, training them, providing support, securing Gaza's borders to stop more weapons from coming in. Under that plan, Hamas would play no role in the governance of the Gaza Strip. It's thought that Arab countries and perhaps other Muslim countries would contribute to the force.
Less than 2 hours before the close of the trading week, the Dow, S&P 500, NASDAQ all up about 1%. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Take the next step forward in your career with great benefits and an award-winning workplace. Apply at careers.progressive.com.
Vanity Fair calls BritBox a delicious streamer. Collider says everyone should be watching. Catch Britain's next best series with BritBox. Stream acclaimed new originals like Code of Silence.
You read lips, right?
And Linley, based on the best-selling mystery series.
Say hi, Linley. Take it from here.
And don't miss the new season of Karen Piri, coming this October.
You don't look like police. I'll take that as a compliment.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox. Watch with a free trial today.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A member of Bridgeport's City Council is involved in yet another criminal investigation. Alfredo Castillo is currently awaiting trial on election fraud charges. These new charges stem from complaints filed by Jasmine Cooper, the daughter of Castillo's fellow city councilor Anita Martinez. One of Cooper's complaints alleges that Castillo was impersonating a HUD employee and had Cooper banned from a public housing development on Washington Avenue. Frank Riccio, Castillo's attorney, declined comment. The person who died in a single vehicle crash this past weekend in Stratford has been identified as an 18-year-old town resident. Police say Ryan Julian was driving a Mustang GT that left Nichols Avenue and crashed into a tree. 4 passengers in the car were hurt, including one person who remains hospitalized in critical condition. Julian was a 2025 graduate of Bunnell High School in Stratford, where he played on the football team. A 24-year-old woman who was found dead on a Bridgeport street this week with her baby nearby was the victim of homicide. Police say Evelyn Rayo Morena was shot in the head on Black Rock Avenue Tuesday night and died at the hospital a short time later. The victim's 1-year-old daughter was located unharmed on a front porch a short distance from where her mother was shot. No arrests have been made in connection with the killing, but police say strong leads have been developed. And the expansion continues at the New Haven institution Sally's Beats. The owners of Sally's say they are planning new locations at Danbury Fair Mall and at Foxwoods Resort Casino. The company says the Danbury location will be the largest pizzeria in Connecticut and will have the biggest menu of any Sally's location. The Foxwoods location is designed to be a direct competitor to Frank Pepe's Pizza, which has operated at nearby Mohegan Sun for over a decade. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound construction, exit 2 down to the state line. Stay to the left to get around it. On the Parkway southbound roadwork, exit 5 down to 3. Left lane is blocked. Route 8 southbound roadwork, exit 27 down to 21. And again, exit 17 down to 13B. Right lane is out. 91 southbound roadwork in North Haven, exits 10 and 9. Stay left to get around them. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. That's Kraus, WICC Traffic.
Sunny and nice this afternoon with a high near 60. Mainly clear and chilly this evening and overnight. The upper 30s to near 40. Saturday, sunny with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Well, it happens again and again and again and again. It never, ever stops in Bridgeport. I don't know whether to laugh or cry. No, honestly, and I'm not saying that for effect. I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Because just when you think, okay, maybe it's calmed down, maybe it's going to settle away. No, it never does. You heard Chris's story there in the news at the top, and it's all over the state. This version, Andrew Brown's version in the Connecticut Mirror. State prosecutors investigating a Bridgeport City Councilman again. It never ends. It never, ever, 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 ever ends. You know what? It's because of stuff like this that I would much rather reside outside Bridgeport. Don't get me wrong. Wonderful city, great city to do stuff. I mean, the AMP and going to a Sound Tigers game and taking advantage of the Bridgeport shoreline and that's not the issue. The issue here is this never ends. And I know there are allegations, and I know innocent until proven guilty, but the bottom line is it never, ever, 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 ever ends. State officials are once again investigating Bridgeport City Councilor Alfredo Castillo for allegedly collecting absentee ballots from public housing facilities ahead of the city's general election next month. It is mind-numbing. Mind-numbing. And yet, legislative Democrats in Hartford won't do anything about it. Because I guess they're okay with it. What else can it be? The State Elections Enforcement Commission voted this week to refer two recent complaints about Castillo to state prosecutors for potential criminal charges. Now, again, I fully understand innocent till proven guilty. I get it. I understand it. But why does this stuff continue to pop up? Rhetorical question. And why? And I know the Secretary of the State's office, it was in the papers the other day, they're spending $55,000 on voter education in Bridgeport. Whoop-de-doo. That's good. It can only help. But when the Democrats in the legislature a few months ago had the chance to do something with some teeth in it regarding absentee ballots, they didn't do it. I wonder why, he said, perhaps rhetorically. Wink, wink. The latest complaints were filed by Jasmine Cooper, who was the daughter of Bridgeport City Councilwoman Eneida Martinez. They accused Castillo and three other political operatives of manipulating voters and illegally taking possession of, drumroll please, absentee ballots, which is already a felony in Connecticut. I'm just reading what's here, folks. That's it. Now, again, this happens over and over and over and over and over again, and nobody does anything about it. Cooper, who's deeply involved in Bridgeport politics, accused Castillo of taking possession of a voter's absentee ballot at the, well, here's a shock, the Crescent Crossings housing project, once again, and she alleged that she personally saw Castillo stuff several absentee ballots into the front pocket of his hooded sweatshirt at the Harborview Towers, another public housing facility, back on the 11th of October. Quote, I personally watched and recorded Alfredo stuff ballots in his sweater, Cooper wrote. He then disposed of them and came back at night to finish the job of harvesting ballots from voters. Ballot harvesting is illegal in the state of Connecticut. Yet we hear allegations of it happening over and over and over and over again, and no one does any damn thing about it. Quoting again from this story in the Connecticut Mirror, I'm not making this up. This is one of the versions of this story. Cooper then wrote, quote, he was going to units and sending them down to their mailbox. See, listen to this. He was going to units. This is a serious allegation, folks. He was going to units and sending them, I guess he means people, she means people from the units here, down to their mailbox to retrieve their ballots, had them sign, and he did the rest. Yikes. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I understand these are allegations, but come on. Innocent till proven guilty, I get it. Now, Cooper also accused Castillo, who previously worked for the Park City Communities, Bridgeport Public Housing Authority, of using an old badge in order to gain access to the public housing facilities and the residents. Wow. One complaint said the following, quote, Alfredo Castillo has been using his housing authority HUD badge from years ago and using it to impersonate a HUD worker. Wow. Now, there's more to this story, but let me ask you this. We've already got calls coming in. Oh, man. This is my question of the day. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Very simple question. Will Bridgeport ever shed its reputation of corruption in government? When does this end? Seriously, will Bridgeport ever shed its reputation of corruption in government? I don't know. You tell me. Hey, and maybe if it doesn't, I still got show prep for the next 50 years.
This fall, make your daily radio destination WICC. Your weekdays start with Melissa in the morning. Then it's the Lisa Wexler Show, The Download with John Kamal and Chris Williams, and Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Local news updates every hour, along with Fairfield County traffic and weather from meteorologist Paul Pioric. Plus, more local news and live talk on weekends, too. We are WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Did you know tens of thousands of mothers, fathers, children, and seniors right here in Southern Connecticut face food insecurity? Moms going without so they can feed their children? That's why the Bridgeport Rescue Mission is relaunching their mobile kitchen, so they can deliver fresh hot meals directly into our streets and communities that need it most. Please help the relaunch of the Bridgeport Rescue Mission's mobile kitchens. Give today to bridgeportrescuemission.org, because no child, no senior, no human should ever go hungry.
It's time to protect your business with PPC Alarms Commercial Security Systems. PPC Alarms designs and installs customized security systems, including surveillance cameras, motion detectors, fire and water detection systems, license plate recognition cameras, and fleet management systems. PPC's customizable systems provide unmatched protection tailored to your company's needs, ensuring your business is always secure. Protect your business. Go to ppcalarms.com and get a complimentary evaluation.
Buy one chicken shawarma wrap and get one free.
October is Customer Appreciation Month at AB's Falafel.
Right now, buy one chicken shawarma wrap and get one free.
AB's Falafel in Trumbull serves the freshest and most flavorful falafel, kebabs, salads, and shawarma. During the month of October,
buy one chicken shawarma wrap and get one free.
Visit AB's Falafel, 10 Broadway Road, Trumbull, absfalafel.com.
In our effort to give dissemination of notice to nonprofit agencies, Connoisseur Media invites these agencies to request notification of job openings. To register your nonprofit agency for notifications of job openings at all Connoisseur Media stations in Connecticut, call us at 203-783-8200. Ask for Tristan Holler, and be sure to give us your name, address, phone number, and a contact person at the agency. If you're on our notification list and have changes or updates, call us at 203-783-8200. Ask for Tristan Holler. Connoisseur Media is an equal opportunity employer.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bears a second chance by supporting International Animal Rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 southbound construction, exit 2 down to the state line. Stay to the left, get around it. On the Parkway southbound roadwork, exit 5 down to 3, left lane is blocked. Route 8 southbound roadwork, exit 27 down to 21, and again, exit 17 down to 13B, right lane is out. 91 southbound roadwork in North Haven, exits 10 and 9. Stay left to get around them. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. And that's Kraus, WICC traffic.
Sunny and nice this afternoon with a high near 60. Mainly clear and chilly this evening and overnight. The upper 30s to near 40. Saturday sunny with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fioric on WICC.
Listen while you're at work at voiceofct.com. Now back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
From the land where it never ends. It never, ever, 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 ever. It never ends. State prosecutors, this is not me. We're not making any of this up. Don't say, well, you people are stirring the pot. No, state prosecutors are investigating a Bridgeport councilman again. This is Alfredo Castillo, who was already in trouble on a couple of other things. And the State Elections Enforcement Commission voting earlier this week to refer 2 recent complaints about Castillo to prosecutors for potential charges. But here's my point. Why is this stuff, be it severe or not, when is this garbage going to end? With the absentee ballots, it's ridiculous. You don't need to use as many absentee ballots in the city of Bridgeport that you're using. The numbers are ridiculous. Not that percentage of people there aren't that many people who are confined to walkers and wheelchairs in this city. The numbers aren't close in any other city or town. The complaints filed by Jasmine Cooper, the daughter of Bridgeport City Councilwoman Anita Martinez. They accuse Castillo and 3 other operatives of manipulating voters and illegally taking possession of absentee ballots, which is a felony in Connecticut. Yeah, we know it's a felony. Does anything ever happen? Cooper also accusing Castillo, who used to work for Park City Communities, Bridgeport's public housing authority, of using an old badge. This is the accusation here again, innocent till proven guilty, of using an old badge to get access to the public housing facilities and its residents. Meantime, some of the other political operatives whom Cooper accused of assisting Castillo are denying they ever interacted with voters at the Crescent Crossings and Harborview Towers. Tony Barr, who was the chairman of the Bridgeport New Movement Party, said he did go to Harborview Towers, but he said it was to meet up with a friend. And Wilfredo Martinez, chair of the Bridgeport Independent Party, who's running for a city council seat, said he had never even been to the Crescent Crossings property. Yada, yada, yada. This is, you people in Bridgeport, I mean, you good people in Bridgeport, this is just ridiculous. Every election cycle, every stinking election cycle. How embarrassing. My God, get out if you can. Seriously, run. And again, the Democrats in Hartford, the majority in Hartford had an opportunity to pass a really tough law a few months ago, and they refused to do it. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Supposedly, there was this bipartisan law that was all set that would have really come down like a ton of bricks on people who screwed around with absentee ballots. And if you were caught with doing any funny business with the ballots, it was going to be whatever the court said, plus 12 years' worth of not being able to touch the absentee ballots. Ridiculous. The political culture in Bridgeport, it's mind-boggling. Look, I've covered stuff back when I was a reporter. I covered stuff in East Haven and New Haven and West Haven and Hamden and North Haven. Those towns, and yeah, they had some hiccups. Those towns are nirvana compared to here. And again, I'm not impugning the character of the good people of Bridgeport. The people who probably hear me talk about this, hear Melissa talk about this, hear Lisa talk about this, read this stuff in the Post and in the Connecticut Mirror and in onlyinbridgeport.com and in a bunch of places, and just shake their heads. And here's the big question. How do you get rid of or clean up this culture of every single cycle? The rumblings, and you mentioned the words absentee ballots in Bridgeport, and eyes roll. People are like, yeah, when did this number of absentee ballots in Bridgeport become the norm? It's not the norm in any other city or town in the state. That's not just me saying it. The Connecticut Mirror did a very detailed breakdown almost a year ago. I think it was December of 2024, and they did a breakdown of the percentages seen in cities and towns regarding absentee ballots. Most cities and towns, you saw 5%, 4%, 11%, 12%, and then Bridgeport, 24, 23%. It's ridiculous. It's mind-numbing. There cannot be that many infirmed people in Bridgeport who need to vote absentee. And the more people that use absentee ballots that don't have to, they are just they're just fortifying this sleaze. I'm sorry, they are. And the only way it's going to stop if enough people who know they can get up and get out and go to the polling place themselves, if enough people say no, if somebody comes up and says, hey, can I get you an absentee ballot? You got to tell them no. No. My daughter or my son will take me, or I'll take the bus, or I'll get a ride, or whatever. No. Because if you don't do that, none of this ever changes. But hey, maybe this is what people want. Hey, Bridgeport, how we doing?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound construction, exit 2 down to the state line. Stay to the left to get around it. On the Parkway southbound roadwork, exit 5 down to 3. Left lane is blocked. Route 8 southbound roadwork, exit 27 down to 21. And again, exit 17 down to 13B. Right lane is out. 91 southbound roadwork in North Haven, exits 10 and 9. Stay left to get around them. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. And that's Kraus, WICC traffic.
Mainly clear and chilly this evening and tonight with a low in the upper 30s to near 40. Saturday sunny with a high in the upper 50s. Sunday sunny with a high in the mid 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
Get ready to tackle your hunger with Duchess Restaurants, where fresh food meets football. Catch the NFL games of the week every Sunday on the Voice of Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast, because even your appetite deserves a touchdown.
We all have the ability to make a difference, to come together, to change a life, to make a wish come true. By supporting Make-A-Wish Connecticut, you are bringing hope and joy to children fighting critical illnesses. Children like me. Visit ct.wish.org to learn how you can become a wishmaker and be part of a journey that changes lives. Just imagine what you can do. Visit ct.wish.org today to learn more. That's ct.wish.org.
Now you can find out who's under the helmet and behind the jersey with the Rudin Report Athlete Profile. High school sports are made great by the student athletes who play them. Check out the High School Athlete Profile, sponsored by BMW of Darien at therudinreport.com.
October 10th is World Mental Health Day, and this year we're saying thank you, therapists, because behind every breakthrough, supportive moment, and small win is a therapist who showed up and made a difference. BetterHelp therapists have supported over 5 million people globally on their mental health journeys. That's millions of stories, millions of journeys, where a therapist showed up, listened, and helped someone take a step forward. Moments in therapy, like the right question, a safe space to cry, or a small win, can change lives. With more than 12 years' experience and the world's largest online network of qualified therapists, BetterHelp makes it easy to match with the right therapist online, the one who can make a real difference. If you're ready to find the right therapist for you, BetterHelp can help you start that journey. See for yourself. Our listeners get 10% off their first month. Just call pound 250 and say the keyword ABC Radio. That's keyword ABC Radio after calling pound 250.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. New York Attorney General Letitia James has pleaded not guilty to federal charges of lying on mortgage documents to get more favorable loan terms. CBS's Katrina Kaufman says the trial is scheduled for January.
The prosecution also said that they plan to call 8 to 10 witnesses at that trial. It's expected to last about 5 days, so it's on a very quick timeline.
Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney says he's ready to resume trade talks with President Trump.
We stand ready to pick up on that progress and build on that progress when the Americans are ready to have those discussions.
Trump cut off the talks after the Ontario government released an ad featuring former President Reagan saying tariffs hurt every American. Air Traffic Controllers Union leader Nick Daniels says the shutdown is affecting his members' job performance.
Every day that this shutdown drags on, with no clear end sight, this affects their focus.
CBS News Brief. I'm Christopher Cruz.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A member of Bridgeport's City Council is involved in yet another criminal investigation. Alfredo Castillo is currently awaiting trial on election fraud charges. These new charges stem from complaints filed by Jasmine Cooper, the daughter of Castillo's fellow city councilor, Anita Martinez. One of Cooper's complaints alleges that Castillo was impersonating a HUD employee and had Cooper banned from a public housing development on East Washington Avenue. Frank Riccio, Castillo's attorney, declined comment. The person who died in a single vehicle crash this past weekend in Stratford has been identified as an 18-year-old town resident. Police say Ryan Julian was driving a Mustang GT that left Nichols Avenue and crashed into a tree. 4 passengers in the car were hurt, including one person who remains hospitalized in critical condition. Julian was a 2025 graduate of Bunnell High School in Stratford, where he played on the football team. Enrollment is up over 6% at the schools that make up the Connecticut State Colleges and Universities system. The increase at Central, Eastern, Southern, and Western state universities is nearly 10%. The largest individual jump in enrollment this year is over 12% at Central State University in New Britain. The state community college system is reporting a 4.3% enrollment increase over last year's numbers. Senator Richard Blumenthal says that the indictments of over 30 people in sports betting schemes shows that gambling has corrupted the games. Blumenthal has a long history of being opposed to the sports betting boom that has grown in Connecticut and nationwide over the last few years.
It's tearing apart families, literally divorces, abandonment. It's a criminal justice problem when people get into trouble and they have to pay back the debts that they owe.
He says the troubling indictments handed down this week signal that betting has become a detriment to fans and to people with gambling addictions. The Democratic U.S. Senator says the Safe Bet Act he has proposed would prevent athletes and coaches from betting on their own games, crack down on prop bets, and provide more oversight on gaming companies. WFSB Channel 3 spoke to Dr. Andre Newfield, who said that the digital nature of modern gambling has exacerbated the problem.
It's so accessible that it's hard to know because people set up these accounts, and until it's a major problem, it's just sort of brewing in the background.
Americans wagered $147 billion legally on sports last year. This year, more than 4,300 paraeducators enrolled in a high-deductible health plan with a health savings account are eligible for an almost 70% discount from their annual deductible share. In addition, approximately 3,000 paraeducators will receive an average discount of 43% from their health care premium costs if they're enrolled in a traditional premium-based plan. State Comptroller Sean Scanlon released a statement saying, quote, "Despite the indispensable role paraeducators play in our schools, many struggle to stay both in the field and afford necessities like housing and health care." Scanlon has been a major proponent of health care affordability and a need that has only grown in the face of the ongoing government shutdown.
Here in Connecticut, we are doing everything we can to make health care more affordable for people. We're trying to be a leader in the United States when it comes to health care affordability, and we're making great progress.
The Office of the State Comptroller has released $15 million in funding directly to districts to subsidize paraeducator health care costs. Beginning tomorrow, over 150,000 Connecticut residents will receive a letter telling them that their health care costs are going up, and in some cases dramatically. Access Health CT customers could end up paying several times more next year than they do now, depending on whether or not Affordable Care Act tax credits persist after the government shutdown ends. 3rd District Democratic Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro spoke about the potential increases at a recent media event.
A family of 4 living in Milford who has an income of $130,000 now pays $921 a month. They're now going to pay $2,800 a month in 2026. An increase of almost $23,000 a year. You tell me who can afford this kind of an increase.
This change comes ahead of open enrollment, which begins November 1st. Avelo Airlines is ending operations at Bradley International Airport. Avelo yesterday announced that it will exit the Hartford area airport after the last scheduled flight on January 25th. The airline indicates that multiple business factors make this the best decision for Avelo's continued growth. Connecticut Airport Authority officials say they are disappointed and surprised by the decision, especially by the end of the state's only nonstop service to Montego Bay, Jamaica. Avelo first began operating at Bradley less than a year ago. However, Avelo will be adding extra service at Tweed New Haven Regional Airport for the Thanksgiving holiday weekend. Avelo says the extra nonstop flights will be between New Haven and Chicago's O'Hare, Baltimore, Washington International, Detroit, and Knoxville airports. Avelo officials say seats are filling up fast for the upcoming holiday travel season. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound construction, exit 2 down to the state line. Stay to the left to get around it. On the Parkway southbound roadwork, exit 5 down to 3. Left lane is blocked. Route 8 southbound roadwork, exit 27 down to 21. And again, exit 17 down to 13B. Right lane is out. 91 southbound roadwork in North Haven, exits 10 and 9. Stay left to get around them. And that's Kraus, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and chilly, upper 30s to near 40. Saturday, sunny with a high in the upper 50s. Sunday, sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If Shelton is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So I'm starting to understand why you never hear anybody, maybe never's a strong word, but I'm going to keep saying it until you prove me wrong. Maybe there is someone out there, but you never see or hear anybody in the Bridgeport state delegation, state Senate members from Bridgeport, state House members from Bridgeport. Do you ever hear them in any loud tones denouncing the funny business that goes on, either alleged or proven, with absentee ballots? Somebody pointed that out to me. And I'm like, yeah. So what's that old progressive phrase you hear all the time, especially the anti-Trump crowd? What do they say? Silence is complicity. Or if you're silent on something, you're complicit. Well, not only is the Bridgeport delegation silent on all this stuff, all the Bridgeport State House and Senate members, and if they're not, they're free to call this program anytime they like. I have contacts up in the state Democrats, too, and I've called them in the past and said, hey, anytime you want to get any of the Bridgeport State House or State Senate delegation on the program, I got 4 big throbbing hours every day. I got plenty of room, especially for stuff like this. Maybe it's why the Democrats in Hartford, last time out a few months ago in the session, they had the opportunity to pass a bill that would have mandated that anybody found guilty of any funny business with absentee ballots in the courts could then not handle such ballots for 12 years. But guess what? The Democrats in Hartford did nothing on it. They gave us 2 or 3 days of kabuki theater. And their excuse was, well, the Republicans are going to filibuster it. And one of the guys they accused of having filibuster plans, Rob Sampson, is on record as saying, no, he would not have filibustered it to kill the bill. And then you see more, and again, this is alleged, innocent till proven guilty, I get it, but it's not just me saying it. It's in the Hearst publications. It's in the Post. It's in the Connecticut Mirror. It's getting shared all around the internet. More allegations connected to, ding, 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 you're a winner. Rice-A-Roni, the San Francisco treat. That's your consolation prize if you didn't win. Absentee ballots in Bridgeport. Oh, my God, it goes on and on and on. And they keep electing the same people. What do they say the definition of insanity is? Doing the same thing repeatedly and expecting a different outcome. State prosecutors investigating Bridgeport City Councilman again. It's in the Connecticut Mirror. It's in Hearst today. Mind-boggling. Apparently, there's more alleged funny business with absentee ballots. It's just mind-numbing. It's just mind-numbing. State Election Enforcement Commission voted this week to refer 2 recent complaints about Castillo to state prosecutors for potential criminal charges. I get it. They're complaints. There's no indictments yet, but it never ends. Enough with these needless absentee ballots. Enough. It's a joke. Do you people in Bridgeport understand how much of a joke this is? It never, ever ends. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Enough. It never ends. We'll take a break and come back straight ahead right here on WICC.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Columbia Dental in Norwalk is part of a trusted integrated network, offering comprehensive dental services from A to Z, all in one convenient location. From routine cleanings to advanced procedures, their expert team is ready to care for your smile. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Complete dental care all under one roof.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 southbound construction, exit 2 down to the state line. Stay to the left to get around it. On the Parkway southbound roadwork, exit 5 down to 3. Left lane is blocked. Route 8 southbound roadwork, exit 27 down to 21. And again, exit 17 down to 13B. Right lane is out. 91 southbound roadwork in North Haven, exits 10 and 9. Stay left to get around them. And that's Kraus, WICC traffic.
Mainly clear and chilly this evening and tonight with a low in the upper 30s to near 40. Saturday sunny with a high in the upper 50s. Sunday sunny with a high in the mid 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If it's Bridgeport, the Valley, Fairfield County, and affecting your world, Paul Pacelli is talking about it. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Oh, my God, it never ends. Again, new referrals. The State Elections Enforcement Commission looking at more alleged funny business with absentee ballots in Bridgeport. Couple of other people were named in this. I mentioned this earlier, but apparently they're denying they have anything to do with this. Why their names are there, I don't know. One of those is the chair of the Bridgeport Independent Party, who's running for a city council seat. He claims he's never been to one of the properties alleged here, Crescent Crossings. Wilfredo Martinez, who has taken the time, I guess, to call us this afternoon. I'm assuming this is him. I have no way to check, but I'll say, Wilfredo, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing fine. How you doing, sir?
Good. So explain this whole thing, Wilfredo. I mean, what is going on here? Without making any allegations, what do we have going on?
I'm not going to make no allegations. All I'm going to say is I'm going to thank the Democratic Party for putting me in this position, because this is an internal fight between Democrats.
Yeah.
This is something that's going on with themselves. The city of Bridgeport doesn't have no communication through the Republican Party or the Independent Party. Democrats just do their job and they doing what they're doing. I got the chance to endorse either Democrats or Republicans to my party. Now, this allegation was made. The state can do the investigation.
Sure. Yeah.
If I don't have nothing to worry about, I should not. But I would like to congratulate the people that put me in this position. Like Ms. Nieves and Ms. Maria Baez and the person who made the complaint. If there's something to be guilty about, let's go right ahead and do what we have to do. But this is an internal fight politically between, themselves. All I am doing is giving the life jacket for people to work with what they have. You understand?
Why?
So
yeah, Wilfredo, no, and I get it. And you're kind of like, well, just as long as they spell my name right, you're out there, you're saying investigate me, right?
Vote for me. Yeah, and vote for me. That's it. And vote for me. There you go. Vote for me, for my guy.
Wilfredo.
So this came about. They're trying. I'm a city sheriff.
Yeah.
So they're trying to get rid of the city sheriff. And they're trying to remove them from the city.
Yeah.
We're not a paid position for the city of Brooklyn.
I know
they
that.
Don't pay us a check.
Yeah.
Right? But they want to get rid of a value of service that we do provide. I'm here in the front of the courthouse right now, serving all the protections, serving papers.
Mm-hmm.
But they want to get rid of that privilege because we are elected position. They don't want to give us the right privilege with the elected position that we have entitled. We have entitled that position.
Yeah.
And you demand your right as that person. They want to shut you down. They want to put you down. They want to block you off.
So, Wilfredo, let me ask you then, and you've probably run into this. You mention Bridgeport, or you mention absentee ballots to somebody who doesn't live in the city, and people roll their eyes. They say, oh, yeah, here we go again. How does Bridgeport get away from that? Will there ever be a day when all of this stuff, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
When is this going to end? Because it doesn't happen in other cities.
This is going to end when the public knows how to do the right voting. They got it. That's why we have this party that came in. The independent party just came in because I'm not afraid of somebody running against me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not afraid of somebody beating me in the polls. I don't need to cheat or do anything because I'm afraid that they're going to. I'm a sheriff right now. I'm reelecting. I got 6 people running for my position.
Yeah.
Okay. And if I win and I reelect, I'm happy. But if I don't, I'll be happy the day after it happened because I served my community.
Yeah.
I gave my community the best I can give them, and I did my job. You understand? I'm not afraid to go and say I got to have this title for 20, 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
No, I have it. If I can maintain it, sir, I will do my job, do the best I can for the community, for my people. The people in the city of Bridgeport. I moved into this town when I was 15 years old.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't left. I left for 1 year, came back. I feel good in the city of Bridgeport. But, sincerely, the absentee ballot, it's a tool, and they're using the tool the wrong way.
Yeah.
They want to get away with that. And they get away with that because they empower, and they do what they do,
So
that's the way it is.
So, and just to wrap up, Wilfredo, so you're saying that, and I'm assuming this is you welcome the state investigation. You say you have nothing to worry about.
Listen, I'm sitting here in front of the courthouse. The day in question, I was sitting in the house. We should be questioning who made the complaint. The person who made the complaint got arrested for beating on an older woman on election day because she had a problem with that person saying and speaking her mind. So this is the thing. The thing is the corruption, or they see this is going to be news for a couple of minutes, and then it's going to get blown under the rug because this is what they do. They don't run with it. The governor will not launch an investigation because he needs the absentee ballots for the city of Bridgeport. It works that way. It's a tool. If the mechanic knows how to use the tool, it works.
Hey, Wilfredo.
If he doesn't know how to use it, then
Listen, I thank you for calling, Wilfredo. I appreciate it. Keep in touch. One of the gentlemen there mentioned. Now, again, he just called. He sounds like he's at the courthouse. I'm going to take him at his word. Wilfredo Martinez, who we mentioned, the Bridgeport Independent Party, is currently running for a city council seat. And he says that he was never at one of the areas that's being alluded to in this complaint. You know what Bridgeport needs, honestly, and I love the city. I do, honestly. This is my second time around working in the Bridgeport market. I worked for WICC from early 2007 to late 2009. Met a lot of great people here. Met wonderful people at the parade a couple of weeks ago. But you know what has to happen with Bridgeport right now? I'm serious. A Netflix miniseries. Seriously. Just call it Bridgeport. That's it. I'm telling you, it'll be a hit. I'm telling you. Alfredo Castillo, all the people on the city council, Mayor Ganem, everybody, they will go nationwide. It'll be a hit. I am telling you. Maybe I'll get the camera in here and they can take some nice video of me or some film of me taking callers. All right. So, Wilfredo Martinez, thank you, Wilfredo. Keep us up to date here. Be careful at the courthouse. I have a couple of people, not at the Bridgeport courthouse, but who apply their trade at courthouses in other parts of Connecticut. Sometimes it can get a little dicey there, so be careful, all right? It's just, my God, though. Listen. Sometimes I say to myself, well, I can't blame people who do this if they can game the system. You got to fix the system sometimes. And again, the Democratic majority in Hartford, including the Bridgeport delegation, chose not to even vote. Do you know this? I've been telling you this. They chose not to even vote on a bill that had bipartisan support. For example, Matt Blumenthal, liberal Democrat, Rob Sampson, conservative Republican, they supported the bill loudly and proudly that would have, in addition to any criminal court proceedings, added a 12-year prohibition to anybody caught with funny business connected to absentee ballots. It didn't even get a vote. What does that tell you? When you supposedly, hey, we don't agree on a lot up in Hartford, but this is something, absentee ballot security, this is something we can agree on, and it doesn't even get a vote. And we got 2 days of kabuki theater with Matt Ritter, the House Speaker, and Bob Duff in the Senate, literally saying, you vote first. No, you vote first. No, you know what it was? It was at the expense of the integrity of ballots and voting in Connecticut. It was a big freaking game of chicken. Mind-numbing. As my mother used to say, oofa. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound construction, exit 2 down to the state line. Stay to the left to get around it. On the Parkway southbound roadwork, exit 5 down to 3. Left lane is blocked. Route 8 southbound roadwork, exit 27 down to 21. And again, exit 17 down to 13B. Right lane is out. 91 southbound roadwork in North Haven, exits 10 and 9. Stay left to get around them. And that's Kraus, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and chilly, upper 30s to near 40. Saturday sunny with a high in the upper 50s. Sunday sunny with a high in the mid 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, I'm Lee Ganem, that garden guy from Ganem's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into that garden guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, that garden guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 695.9.
Having the right winter tire matters, so take control of the roads this winter with a new set of Bridgestone Blizzak tires from Town Fair Tire. Town Fair has the region's largest inventory of Bridgestone tires, all at the guaranteed lowest prices you'll find anywhere. And with 100 locations, you'll find a Town Fair near you. For the guaranteed lowest price on Bridgestone Blizzak tires and the most free services for life, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Back back to the news and talk thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, real quick before we go to news and traffic and weather together, and a bit more of this, Bob in Trumbull is with us. Bob, how are you? Bob, are you there? Hello, Bob. Hello, Bob.
Yes, Reverend.
Yes. Oh, calm down, Bob. It's all good. What's up? How are you?
Actually, I'm getting better because your sermon today is very good.
You like that, my son, huh? Is it good? Am I doing well? Yeah.
I mean, but what you don't get is the Democrats need the absentee voting.
Well, that's what our caller just said. He said it's one of the tools they use. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Think about how hard it is for somebody to get out of their casket and get to the polls.
I don't think we need to go there. I mean, my God, Bob.
Come on.
My God.
If you die,
yeah,
they automatically re-register.
I don't think they do that.
But I do know how to clean it up.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Yeah.
Cremation.
Well, that's what Bob, thank you for the call. That is, that somebody asked me that the other day. I think it was my son and my ex. We were out to dinner somewhere. And they said, if you dropped right now, what would your choice be? And I said, cremate me. But according to what Bob just said, if I get cremated, I can't be resurrected as another Republican voter. Of course, they don't do this weird stuff in my town. Listen. None of this stuff flies in Wallingford. Let me tell you, we got low taxes, good Republican-run town, cheapest electric rates in the state. It's good. Please, I invite you all, if you're leaving Bridgeport, come on up to Wallingford. Beautiful. Because, see, the more people I can get to move into Wally World, as we call it, it raises the tax base and puts, as the economists like to say, less pressure on homeowners like me. So please, by all means, if you say, honey, that's it, I got to get out of Bridgeport, this absentee ballot stuff, come to Wallingford. I'll greet you. Mayor Vinnie Cervoni will greet you in Wallingford. All my friends there. Hang out on Little Restaurant Road there by Cho. Take a nice walk in town. It's a beautiful thing. All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. By the way, the last 3 hours of this program, if you thought hour one was good, we are jam-packed. I'm telling you. I think we have, 5 guests today coming up? Oh, we're coming at you out of the chute like a fusillade.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
Is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Christopher Cruz in Washington. The government shutdown, now in day 24, is doing an increasing amount of damage. Food pantries are being inundated.
Many pantries rely on USDA funding, which is drying up. Margaret Dickinson has managed the food pantry at Cavalry Episcopal Church in Louisville, Kentucky for 43 years. She says this week was the first time they've run out of food, with the need so great.
It's just ballooning like crazy.
Lynette Lau is president of the Association of Community Ministries in Louisville.
We feel like this is the tip of the iceberg.
Because SNAP benefits will be cut starting November 1st, potentially leaving millions more people in need of food. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Many federal employees aren't working during the shutdown, but some are, and without pay, including air traffic controllers. Their union president, Nick Daniels, today.
So air traffic controllers, we didn't start a shutdown. We don't end the shutdown. Our elected officials do. And our message is simple. End the shutdown today.
We've just learned the House will be out of session next week, although representatives could be called back with 48 hours notice. The Pentagon sending an aircraft carrier to the waters off South America. CBS's Charlie D'Agata says it's coming from the Mediterranean Sea.
We don't know how long it's going to take that carrier strike group to get there. There are 8-9 warships, including an attack submarine, F-35s in that region already, Puerto Rico. So we're talking about a serious military flag.
New York Attorney General Letitia James was defiant today after pleading not guilty to charges of mortgage fraud in federal court.
I've heard from just about every jurisdiction in this nation who have said stand up and be tall. and never ever cow down or back down or break or bend.
James says the justice system is being used as a tool of revenge. Her trial is scheduled for January. We just learned the government of Ontario, Canada, says it's pulling the ad that said tariffs are harmful. The ad angered President Trump so much that he announced he was ending trade talks with Canada. The Justice Department is going to send federal election monitors to 2 Democratic-governed states that are holding off-year elections next month. Details from CBS's Peter King.
Justice officials say the observers will go to 1 county in New Jersey and 5 in southern and central California to, quote, ensure transparency, ballot security, and compliance with federal law. The blowback from California has been quick and sharp. Governor Gavin Newsom saying it's not a federal election. The Justice Department has no business there. Newsom calls it an intimidation tactic to suppress the vote.
Less than an hour before the close of the trading week, the Dow, S&P 500, NASDAQ all up about 1%, all in record territory. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Take the next step forward in your career with great benefits and an award-winning workplace. Apply at careers.progressive.com.
Maybe this is you too. People are enormously frustrated with the cost of health care right now. There is an option. Hundreds of thousands of people have gone with MediShare. They like it more, and they're saving a lot of money. Perfect time for you to join, too. Apply before October 31st, and they will waive your application fee. That's $100 you'll be saving right off the bat, in addition to the thousands you can save every year. Call them now. Here's the number, 877-26-BIBLE. That's 877-26-BIBLE. MediShare is a community of Christians who've shared more than $9 billion in medical bills. It has worked beautifully for decades, and with so many people re-examining their options right now, seeing premiums going up and up, this is a great time to take advantage of this offer. Just tell them the promo code SHARE and save $100 before October 31st. Call 877-26-BIBLE. That's 877-26-BIBLE, 877-26-BIBLE.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A member of Bridgeport's City Council is involved in yet another criminal investigation. Alfredo Castillo is currently awaiting trial on election fraud charges. These new charges stem from complaints filed by Jasmine Cooper, the daughter of Castillo's fellow city councilor Anita Martinez. Cooper's complaint alleges that Castillo was impersonating a HUD employee and had Cooper banned from a public housing development on East Washington Avenue. The second complaint alleges that Castillo used his position to collect absentee ballots. Frank Riccio, Castillo's attorney, declined comment. This year, more than 4,300 para-educators enrolled in a high-deductible health plan with a health savings account are eligible for an almost 70% discount from their annual deductible share. In addition, approximately 3,000 paraeducators will receive an average discount of 43% from their healthcare premium costs if they're enrolled in a traditional premium-based plan. State Comptroller Sean Scanlon released a statement saying, quote, despite the indispensable role paraeducators play in our schools, many struggle to both stay in the field and afford necessities like housing and healthcare. Scanlon has been a major proponent of healthcare affordability, a need that has only grown in the face of the ongoing government shutdown.
Here in Connecticut, we are doing everything we can to make healthcare more affordable for people. We're trying to be a leader in the United States when it comes to healthcare affordability, and we're making great progress.
The Office of the State Comptroller has released $15 million in funding directly to districts to subsidize paraeducator healthcare costs. Beginning tomorrow, over 150,000 Connecticut residents will receive a letter telling them that their healthcare costs are going up, and in some cases dramatically. Access Health CT customers could end up paying several times more next year than they do now, depending on whether or not Affordable Care Act tax credits persist after the government shutdown ends. 3rd District Democratic Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro spoke about the potential increases at a recent media event.
A family of 4 living in Milford who has an income of $130,000
now pays $921 a month. They're now going to pay $2,800 a month in 2026. An increase of almost $23,000 a year. You tell me who can afford this kind of an increase.
This change comes ahead of open enrollment, which begins November 1st. And this weekend is National Drug Take-Back Day, and the Department of Consumer Protection is advising residents to use this opportunity to safely discard unwanted or expired medications. There will be multiple sites located throughout the state. You can find one online or by calling your local police department. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound accident between exits 17 and 16 in the left lane. Also 95 south late running roadwork between exits 2 and the state line. And on the Parkway southbound late running roadwork going into Round Hill Road. Stay right to get around it. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Stay on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Mainly clear and chilly this evening and tonight with a low in the upper 30s to near 40. Saturday sunny with a high in the upper 50s. Sunday sunny with a high in the mid 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I was just discussing with somebody in the hallway outside the studio here while Chris took over and did the news. I get up, I stretch a little bit, don't want to get blood clots, you know. I'm not going to sit here for 4 hours without moving. And somebody just said that, they were listening to the program the first hour, and they said, when do you think this absentee ballot stuff, even if some of the allegations in Bridgeport are proven to be false, and I'm a firm believer in innocent until proven guilty, but the stuff is out there constantly. And one of my coworkers here said, when is this going to end? I said, I don't know. That's what I'm asking today. I mean, it is possible, I guess, to have elections without all this absentee ballot funny business. It just never ends. And, almost more than the fact that it happens, the worst part is look, how should I put this without sounding like a stunad? If you can get away with something, even maybe if it's on the marges or right on that edge of legal versus funny business or quasi-legal or whatever, if you can get away with it, right? And for years, the immediate governing body that should watch over this does nothing about it. Can you blame people if they take advantage of a system that has known flaws that doesn't fix the system? I mean, in all seriousness, this documented and supposedly documented stuff about absentee ballots in Bridgeport, the documented stuff goes back a good handful of years, video and all that. And now, you have people testifying here to the State Elections Enforcement Commission. There were always rumblings about it years ago. Okay, I'm not saying get rid of absentee ballots, but when you have a General Assembly that really has not put any teeth in any sort of bill to basically scare people. And listen, fear is life's greatest motivator. And look, there was a bill, again, considered in the General Assembly months ago that was not a judicial bill in any way, shape, or form. The penalties that the bill would have engendered to people would have only happened if they were found guilty in a court of law with proper legal representation. The bill's main point would have prohibited anyone legally found guilty of doing funny business with absentee ballots, of breaking state statutes. It would have also slapped them with a 12-year prohibition against having anything to do with absentee ballots, and it went nowhere. So I can only surmise that those who govern us from Hartford are completely all right with this. What else do you say? Well, Paul, that's quite an assumption we're making. Okay, you tell me. I know we're not supposed to assume, but when the General Assembly gives us 2 days of kabuki theater in Hartford, where they I'm not making this up. You can look. In fact, I pulled up the story because I know I'm going to be referring it to it today. This story, if you want to look it up, it's in the Connecticut Mirror. It's an Andrew Brown story. He posted the story in the afternoon on June the 26th of 2025. The headline, Bridgeport elections scandals fail to inspire any new laws. One measure would have banned anyone who is convicted. You had to be convicted first, not hearsay or anything. One measure would have banned anyone convicted of an election-connected crime from passing out candidate petitions or absentee ballot applications to voters for 12 years. Now, at the time he wrote this, he also wrote, quote, Maria Pereira, one of the defendants who's accused of mishandling absentees during the 2023 election, is already passing out absentee applications for the primary that happened this past September. And apparently, it supposedly had bipartisan support in the House. Ooh, and bipartisan support in the Senate. In fact, here it is right here. Joe in Newtown. Hang on, I'll be right to you. Several lawmakers, including Democrat Matt Blumenthal of Stamford and Republican Rob Sampson of Wolcott, told the Connecticut Mirror there was bipartisan support for implementing that 12-year ban on anyone who pleads guilty to or is convicted of an election crime. Well, that was not enough to get the bill to a vote, as lawmakers raced in the final week to pass a mountain of other legislation. So the other bills are more important than the integrity of our elections. The Democrats are phonies. They're all phonies in Hartford. When you have two guys as politically divergent as Matt Blumenthal and Rob Sampson, both of whom have been on this radio station numerous times, and they say, hey, this is a good idea, and it doesn't get passed, that means we're not dealing with serious people. That means we have a lack of serious leadership. Meantime, Democratic Norwalk Senator Bob Duff said he and his colleagues were waiting on the House to pass the final version of the bill since it originated in that body. Oh, please, I can't. When I read this stuff from him. Joe in Newtown, hang on. We'll be right to you after I clear my head on WICC.
Getting through your work week is tough, but the weekend means one thing: football. And all the best action is heard live on WICC. Every Sunday at 11, the Rudin Report presents Sunday Morning Quarterback, recapping the week of high school football. Then at 12:30, it's time to go pro with the NFL and the Duchess Restaurant's doubleheader, because Sundays are made for football. Every week this season on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, host of Melissa in the Morning, here on the Voice of Connecticut. I want to tell you about MADE, a leadership series of events I've been hosting with the Department of Economic and Community Development and the Connecticut Business and Industry Association. MADE is designed to equip Connecticut's industry professionals with connections, resources, and insights to create opportunity in today's business landscape. Join me at Reputation Made, Thursday, November 6th at UConn Stanford from 11:30 to 3 p.m. Learn from a league of marketing, communications, and advocacy pros like Stu Leonard on how to cut through the chaos, master storytelling and media strategy, and build influence and authentic engagement with your audience. Reputation Made, November 6th at UConn Stanford. Learn how to make your business stand out. Reserve your spot and get more information at ConnecticutMade.com. Join me on November 6th at UConn Stanford and get made. ConnecticutMade.com.
Experience unparalleled customer satisfaction at Sono Collision, where our excellence in service meets top-notch repair to restore your beloved vehicles. When you choose us, you're choosing supreme expertise that ensures flawless results. Be it minor dent or major damage, our skilled team breathes life back into your car. Visit us today at sonocollision.com. That's sonocollision.com. Your car will thank you.
It's time to make an appointment to tour Forest Hills Milford, one of the newest luxury rental 55 and over communities in Connecticut. Step into a home where every detail is designed to offer ease and comfort. Forest Hills Milford's spacious, brand new luxury apartments include assigned garage parking with elevator access and use modern technologies to bring ease and comfort to everyday living. Nestled in the beauty of Milford, close to beaches, golf, marinas, and more. Visit foresthillsmilford.info to learn more. Forest Hills Milford, home made easy.
Ciao from Gusto Trattoria in Milford. With brand new space, delicious food, and welcoming staff, it's a great time to enjoy Gusto Trattoria in Milford. Dine in and enjoy modern and classic Italian specials, perfect for the season. For events at home, you'll love Gusto's extensive catering menu. And for special occasions, choose one of Gusto's private rooms with many catering options. It's all at Gusto Trattoria in Milford, located right off 95 at 255 Boston Post Road, Milford. 203-876-7464.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound accident between exits 17 and 16 in the left lane. Also 95 south late running road work between exits 2 and the state line. And on the Parkway southbound late running road work going into Round Hill Road. Stay right to get around it. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Sale on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and chilly, upper 30s to near 40. Saturday, sunny with a high in the upper 50s. Sunday, sunny with a high in the mid 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Voice your opinion on the voice of Connecticut. 203-333-9422. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, let's go to the phones here. I still haven't cleared out my head here from the muck of this stuff that goes on and on and on. Oh, my God. Joe in Newtown is here on a Friday. Joe, how are you?
I'm good, Paul. My head is spinning just like yours because I lived in Bridgeport for 30 years.
Yeah.
I was involved in some elections. Right. Okay. Here's how you stop this, right? But it's been allowed to go on for years and years. Here's how you stop it.
Yep.
Someone's got to get arrested.
Yeah.
Someone's got to go to jail. Someone's got to go to jail. You've heard the expression, the fish is rotten from the head down.
Yeah.
Right? So what happens is these people that have been involved in politics for years, you go way back.
Sure. Decades. Yeah. Yeah.
The head of the town committee and the mayors they've gotten away with it so long. They tell the new people that are involved in the elections, they say, listen, go to this house and pick up this absentee ballot because they're going to, help them fill it out. Now, these people don't know it. They don't know any better. So they figure, well, my boss, the head of is telling me to do this. This must be okay. But it's not.
It's not.
You know how many times, when I walked the district, the 136, and walked and saw every person in the house and gone up and you go on election day, at the end, at 8 o'clock, they open the machines in the back.
Yeah.
And you're like, I won. Look at the numbers. And then somebody would say to me, because I was naive, somebody said to me, well, the absentee ballots have to be counted.
Yeah.
And I would say, first time I said, well, what do you mean? The second time, third time, I said, well, now I know. So then you'd go back down to the headquarters or wherever you were. And, that night, you lost by hundreds of votes. And I say, how the hell does that happen?
Yeah.
Right? But I'm going to tell you something. And then, you know the process, right? You get the voter list, and you can tell who votes and who's this, and they check them off at the at the schools.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I would say, wait a minute. I walked this district. This house is vacant. It's burned down. How can somebody vote from here? I knew. And of course, that's the problem, Paul. And being living in, I'm sick and tired of hearing this. Someone's got to get one of the top people have to get arrested and be sent to jail. That's how it's going to stop, because you got to have absentee ballots, but they don't use them the right way, of course.
I mean, come on, Joe. Are that many people in Bridgeport? They can't walk. They can't get down to the polls. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Paul, do you know during primaries, walking the district in my district, I would go. And, being an Italian like you, I would go, and the Italian women and the men who didn't understand very well, and they would say in the primary, say, oh, no, they told me top line, Democrat. And I would say, we're all Democrats.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, I don't want to mention his name.
No.
He would say to them, oh, no, Democrats top line, line A. And then they would say, well, I signed for absentee because he doesn't want me to go, and could be rain and stuff. So I got it. I got my ballot. Here it is. But I said, well, you fill it out and send it back in with your mailman. Yeah. Oh no, he told me he's going to come by and he's going to.
And that's and Joe, that's illegal. My God.
It is. But, unfortunately, some of the people who, don't know any better, they say, oh, yeah, he's going to come help me fill it out, and then he's going to take it for me. And I would say to them, that's not legal. You got to do it yourself. You could do it.
Yeah.
Well, then what do I do? Vote top line? No. We're all Democrats.
Geez.
And then, but that's what they've got. They lie. They lie to these people who don't understand much, any better.
Mm-hmm.
And they get away with it. And they've gotten away with it so long, Paul, that they're like sticking in Hartford's face, like, go ahead, do something.
Well,
what are you gonna do?
Yeah. And see, Joe, that's the part that makes my head spin. There was that bill I said that would have required a legal prosecution. And then once the judge said guilty and gave you any sort of sentence handed down legally, it would have added a 12-year prohibition from you or anybody else found legally guilty from touching an absentee ballot. And, of course, they didn't even have the goulions to vote on it. Never mind, pass it.
Because like you said, Paul, Duff, the Democrat, they don't want to change because they want to keep doing it. They're going to keep doing it. Because how many times do we hear from the judges over the years? Well, there's fraud, but that's not much to change or determine an election or something. Yeah. Are you crazy? I mean, what do you think? There shouldn't be any fraud.
That's the line. That's the line that we always get. Well, there's no perfect election. Hey, Joe, what would happen if you and I went to a bank and we passed 5 checks? 4 of them were good. 1 of them was a funny check. What are we going to tell the judge? Hey, judge, 4 of the checks were good. 1 check, So what if it was for $1,000, right?
Paul, man, I could, not that again, 30 years involved in a few elections. I mean, the stories I could tell you.
I can imagine.
Nasty, your head would turn. Your head would spin.
I know.
I mean, but they've gotten away with it so long, they think it's normal. They think it's fun. So the only way it's going to stop is if some judge has the guts, like you said, the goulions to say, you're going to jail.
Yeah.
You're going to jail.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean? You're going to jail.
Joe, I do have to run, Joe. Joe, thank you. Great call.
Yeah,
Stay.
I'm tired of hearing this too, Paul. My head's spinning.
Stay in touch, Joe. Sit down slowly. Don't let your head spin too much. Oh my God, Joe, thank you. Yeah. See, people don't know. Oh, he said he's going to come back and get my ballot. Let somebody try that with me. I say, you come back and you touch my ballot, you're going to get my foot. You know where? It's going to be a 60-yard field goal, and it's going to hurt. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound accident between exits 17 and 16 in the left lane. Also 95 south late running roadwork between exits 2 and the state line. And on the Parkway southbound late running roadwork going into Round Hill Road. Stay right to get around it. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Sale on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Mainly clear and chilly this evening and tonight with a low in the upper 30s to near 40. Saturday sunny with a high in the upper 50s. Sunday sunny with a high in the mid 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
Selling your home is a big decision. You deserve someone who truly listens and picks up the phone when you call. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate, and we make real estate simple. Whether you're ready to sell, just exploring your options, or even want a cash offer on your property, call me directly at 203-980-6886. No pressure, just real results.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarbeautyRealEstate.com.
Step into a storybook fantasy at Sacred Heart University's Discovery Science Center and Planetarium. Join us Friday, October 24th from 7 to 10 p.m. for Treasured Pages, a classic fairy tale ball. This year's Enchanting Masquerade Gala. Step into the story and dress to impress in your favorite fairy tale style. Enjoy a night of magic, music, amazing food, and themed cocktails. Don't miss this magical evening. Treasured Pages, Masquerade Gala. Reserve your tickets now at shudiscovery.org. All proceeds supporting STEAM education for kids and adults.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why the big wireless companies want you on an unlimited plan? It's because they need you to help cover the cost of the 20-somethings who are using a lot of data every month. Fact is, according to the latest research studies, most people 50 and up, like me, only use 12 gigs or less each month. Don't get bamboozled by big wireless. At Consumer Cellular, pick what suits your needs. Whether it's 1 gig, 5, 10, or unlimited, the point is, pay for exactly what you need and nothing more. We use the same towers as the big guys, but since we don't own and maintain them, we can pass the savings on to you. Our plans start at just $20 a month, and you'll get the best customer service in the business. I want to invite you to join the millions of people who choose something better than big wireless. Because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free. So it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The leader of Democrats in the U.S. House, Hakeem Jeffries, is keeping up the pressure on Republicans to end the shutdown.
The crisis has grown worse because of Republican inaction over the last several weeks.
Food pantries are running low. Many people fear they won't get their food stamps next week. Some business owners are stepping up, including Peyton McCune, who owns Lululo's Pizzeria near Pittsburgh. She's giving meals to kids whose families' government pay or benefits are on hold during the shutdown.
Kids are innocent, and I think that they need the help before anybody else does, and I think that the parents will agree.
New York Attorney General Letitia James has pleaded not guilty to federal charges of mortgage fraud. Tom Dupree was a Deputy Assistant U.S. Attorney General.
This case doesn't have any of the hallmarks of the other types of mortgage fraud cases we've seen. Doesn't mean that a jury wouldn't ultimately convict, but this case is very different.
CBS News Brief. I'm Christopher Cruz.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut local news update.
A member of Bridgeport's City Council is involved in yet another criminal investigation. Alfredo Castillo is currently awaiting trial on election fraud charges. These new charges stem from complaints filed by Jasmine Cooper, the daughter of Castillo's fellow city councilor Anita Martinez. Cooper's complaint alleges that Castillo was impersonating a HUD employee and had Cooper banned from a public housing development on East Washington Avenue. The second complaint alleges that Castillo used his position to collect absentee ballots. Frank Riccio, Castillo's attorney, declined comment. A Monroe man is charged after his toddler son was wounded by a gunshot, and he is rejecting a plea offer from prosecutors. Barrington Strauchan has turned down a plea deal that would send him to prison for 7 years. The toddler was in a room with Strauchan when he was shot in the hand and foot, and he claimed the child shot himself. The 31-year-old Strauchan is charged with criminal possession of a firearm and risk of injury to a minor. He remains free on $150,000 bond. Senator Richard Blumenthal says the indictments of over 30 people in sports betting schemes shows that gambling has corrupted the games. Blumenthal has a long history of being opposed to the sports betting boom that has grown in Connecticut and nationwide over the last few years.
It's tearing apart families, literally divorces, abandonment. It's a criminal justice problem when people get into trouble and they have to pay back the debts that they owe.
He says the troubling indictments handed down this week signal that betting has become a detriment to fans and to people with gambling addictions. The Democratic U.S. Senator says the Safe Bet Act he has proposed would prevent athletes and coaches from betting on their own games, crack down on prop bets, and provide more oversight on gaming companies. WFSB Channel 3 spoke to Dr. Andre Newfield, who said that the digital nature of modern gambling has exacerbated the problem.
It's so accessible that it's hard to know because people set up these accounts, and until it's a major problem, it's just sort of brewing in the background.
Americans wagered $147 billion legally on sports last year. Nearly 50 million small-sized nip alcohol bottles were sold in Connecticut over the last 6 months. The sales of the nip bottles generated $2.5 million under a new state program designed to address litter. Towns will receive 5 cents for every nip bottle sold within their border, with the money dedicated to local litter collection and recycling efforts. New Haven was the top seller with well over 2 million little bottles sold that generated $117,000 for the city. Avelo Airlines is ending operations at Bradley International Airport. Avelo yesterday announced that it will exit the Hartford area airport after the last scheduled flight on January 25th. The airline indicates that multiple business factors make this the best decision for Avelo's continued growth. Connecticut Airport Authority officials say they are disappointed and surprised by the decision, especially by the end of the state's only nonstop service to Montego Bay, Jamaica. Avelo first began operating at Bradley less than a year ago. Avelo will, however, be adding extra service at Tweed New Haven Regional Airport for the Thanksgiving holiday weekend. Avelo says the extra nonstop flights will be between New Haven and Chicago's O'Hare, Baltimore, Washington International, Detroit, and Knoxville airports. Avelo officials say seats are filling up fast for the upcoming holiday travel season. And the UConn women's basketball team's trip to Germany for their season opener next month has been canceled. The game against Louisville that was to be played at the Ramstein Air Base in Germany on November 4th will now take place at the U.S. Naval Academy in Maryland. The cancellation is directly related to the ongoing federal government shutdown. Officials say Ramstein Air Base is operating at a reduced capacity because of the shutdown and cannot host the game. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 or the Parkway northbound. Plan on over an hour from Greenwich through Trumbull and Bridgeport. Parkway northbound, we do have an accident reported approaching Route 7. On 95 out of New Haven, very busy through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Wilbur Cross is easier. Route 8 northbound, you're on the brakes in Shelton going up to the Commodore Hope Bridge. And on 84, volume delays both directions through Newtown and Danbury. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and chilly, upper 30s to near 40. Saturday, sunny with a high in the upper 50s. Sunday, sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
If Milford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
5203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Our Facebook question of the day. I know there are some people laughing at it online. What do you want me to do? Facebook question of the day, facebook.com/voice of CT. An embattled Bridgeport City Council member now accused of impersonating a HUD official. Will Bridgeport ever shed its reputation of corruption in government? And I know there may be people listening to me going, oh, Paul, why do you keep bringing that up? Because it keeps happening. And I know it's largely a one-party town. I get it. I understand it. But after a while. And remember, I don't know what election cycle it's going to start. You know, you folks, well, not you may be listening to this show, but that ballot question passed a couple of years back. Do you want no excuse absentee ballots? Which in a sense is going to be mail-in voting. Oh, imagine that. Imagine what this is going to be like in Bridgeport and other cities and towns when that happens. I don't know whether you knew that. No excuse absentees are coming. But because you don't have to give an excuse, that's kind of a backdoor way that the Democrats in Hartford were. And I know it got some Republican votes. I was foursquare against that. I'm sorry. But, well, let me rephrase that. Just to be fair here, maybe I'll be surprised. Because there are some states that do use mail-in voting, but they went through a multi-year process to work that out, to work ballot and envelope protections out, security registration protections, verification of signatures. Are we going to do that here in Connecticut? Gee, what do you think the answer to that might be? I don't know. You tell me. Ken in Bridgeport and Dave in Branford. Hang on. Ken, you're up first. What's up, buddy?
Hey, Paul, just a couple of things before you hang up.
Yeah.
I just remember when I was a kid, the corruption of Bridgeport. I remember Beardsley Zoo was owned by Bridgeport, but then I guess they were like dipping their hands in the till like daily or something like that, and then the state had to take it over.
Okay. God.
Yeah, I can't forget that one. But then with this absentee ballot, though, it's like, if you want to do absentee ballot, no excuse. Just go to town hall with your ID and then show your ID and say, here it is, weeks before the election or whatever. And then the other thing is too, those ballot boxes should be removed from like the whole state. I mean, you see them in different towns like Shelton or.
There's no reason. Ken, thank you. There's no reason for those for those ballot boxes. That's another thing. Gee, it didn't stop you-know-who, Wanda Jeter Pataki, allegedly doing what she did. Oh, and now the fix is they're going to put, you ready for this? The big fix is, we're going to have video cameras. Honestly. Wait a minute. She and allegedly some people from the Gomes campaign, everybody was on camera. They don't care. As my mother used to say, Manon, oofa, these people. Dave in Branford. Dave, how are you?
Yeah, on the Alfredo Castillo story, there's no way to cover it too much in case you're getting complaints offline. Why are we always talking about this? You can't talk about it too much until it's solved.
Exactly.
I want to give legs to a very narrow point. Let's drill down on it. It was about a year ago. it was in the newspaper. And a year ago would have been a year after the 2023 election where all this fraud happened. And it took a year to get to the point where they had signed affidavits by several people that they put the arm on to get the ballots harvested. And it was a non-English speaking person.
I'm shocked.
And so you wonder,
I'm
if
stunned.
you can't speak English, how can you even be a voter? But besides that, this person's allegation was if she didn't do this, she would be moved up or down in the queue for the waiting list for public housing.
Oh, yeah, I've heard about this. Yeah.
And one of the things I heard on the news, if you pay good attention, someone apparently already in public housing got expelled because they didn't play footsie with the good Mr. Castillo. And so, that he represented himself with an X badge, that he was from HUD.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's
so
the story today.
Putting a picture together that makes this affidavit seem very reasonable. None of us were in that room when we heard what they told that woman to give up the vote. But this makes it sound like everything she said seems to make sense. And so I'm taking note. Someone already in public housing got thrown out because they didn't do what the local, we'll call it the mafia-like tactics. This is extortion. You do this or you lose something you've got.
And again, Dave, the General Assembly keeps sitting there, and they're like in the cheap seats, the third deck at Yankee Stadium. They sit there and they watch it, and they do nothing. They give us a couple of days of kabuki theater, and then, as people have told me, allegedly, Dave, much to your point, a similar situation, what happens is, I've heard... This is alleged. I'm not naming names here, but I've been told that, whenever this ballot stuff gets to percolate a little bit in Hartford, what happens is some of the Bridgeport delegation, I've been told, allegedly goes to people who may vote for this, yes on this, and say, well, geez, you wouldn't want to lose that state funding for that basketball court, would you now, Dave? So be a pity if we decided not to fund that new high school, and that's why this stuff never moves anywhere.
Ending on this, even if you don't go to jail or it never really gets its day in court, how is it that the people in charge allow a serial felon, not a convicted one like Wander Jeter Pataki, with the multiple town marriage shams, the multiple years ballot fraud, and she's the vice chair of the Democratic Town Committee in Bridgeport? That should never happen, and someone's allowing it to happen with an ugly wink and a nod.
Well, there you go.
That's just shameful. Thanks for letting me on.
David, thank you. Have a good weekend, my friend. Yeah, I mean, folks, I'm not saying, look. I'm not saying that any one of these people should or can't or can run for office. God bless you. I don't care if you serve 100 years on the Bridgeport City Council. I don't care. I don't care if you serve 50 years as mayor. I've never cared. If the elections say you won and it was on the up and up, it's all right. The question is everything on the up and up? Now, maybe someday it will be. Not all these allegations are true. I get it. But, folks, it never stops. It never stops. And again, that's half the problem. But to me, the even worse part of it, as Dave just said, and our other callers have said, where's the deterrence? Where is the judge or a judge with the stones big enough to say, no, sorry, you can cry all you want, you lost?
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices for breakfast. Bacon, egg, and cheese. On a hard roll, wrap, whole wheat toast, any way you'd like it. Or a Big D breakfast with 2 pancakes, 2 eggs, and bacon, ham, or sausage. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many items, including breakfast platters, sandwiches, muffins, bagels, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat breakfast at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food, served fast.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
October 10th is World Mental Health Day, and this year we're saying thank you, therapists, because behind every breakthrough, supportive moment, and small win is a therapist who showed up and made a difference. BetterHelp therapists have supported over 5 million people globally on their mental health journeys. That's millions of stories, millions of journeys, where a therapist showed up, listened, and helped someone take a step forward. Moments in therapy, like the right question, a safe space to cry, or a small win, can change lives. With more than 12 years' experience and the world's largest online network of qualified therapists, BetterHelp makes it easy to match with the right therapist online, the one who can make a real difference. If you're ready to find the right therapist for you, BetterHelp can help you start that journey. See for yourself. Our listeners get 10% off their first month. Just call pound 250 and say the keyword ABC Radio. That's keyword ABC Radio after calling pound 250.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 or the Parkway northbound. Plan on over an hour from Greenwich through Trumbull and Bridgeport. Parkway northbound, we do have a accident reported approaching Route 7 on 95 out of New Haven. Very busy through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Glover Cross is easier. Route 8 northbound, you're on the brakes in Shelton going up to the Commodore Bridge. And on 84, volume delays both directions through Newtown and Danbury. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Mainly clear and chilly this evening and tonight with a low in the upper 30s to near 40. Saturday sunny with a high in the upper 50s. Sunday sunny with a high in the mid 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. Now on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
All right, let's shift gears here for just a moment. We'll get back to the absentee ballot, the continuing absentee ballot mess. I'm telling you, Netflix series or maybe Apple TV Plus or Peacock or Paramount Plus, Amazon Prime, just call the thing Bridgeport. And this will get millions of minutes watched. You know, that's how they rate streaming series now. You know, stuff that's on conventional television, broadcast, or cable, ESPN, Fox, whatever. They still do that by, you know, the ratings numbers. You know, this got a 3.5, this got a 4. But, man, if you give a Bridgeport miniseries to the streaming services, they rate that by number of minutes actually streamed. Yeah, they know how many minutes you watch a series. So that's why, you know, I can see it now. And the shocking new streaming series on Netflix called Bridgeport logged 2 million minutes of viewing over the weekend. All right, I want to shift gears here for just a minute, and I want to urge people, because, again, we're starting to see the politicians jump on something that they either don't understand or are not putting in the proper perspective here. And this is one thing that we covered yesterday in the sports programs and the sports stations have been, it's a big story. This is the gambling allegations, the two-pronged story that is connected now over the past couple of days to the National Basketball Association, to at least one present coach, Chauncey Billups of the Portland Trail Blazers, and a guy who was playing, Terry Rozier. Now, one half of the story, and again, it's because everybody is pontificating about this, to which I say, calm down. Or can I add, calm the down? Because I know it's like when, sadly, a school gets shot up. Here comes everybody to pontificate about, you know, gun laws. But when a black neighborhood in Chicago sees gunfire ringing out every weekend, we don't hear boo from the establishment because that's their soft bigotry against black and Hispanic people. But I digress. So we're hearing a lot of this, and this is Richard Blumenthal, our senior U.S. Democratic Senate member.
It's tearing apart families, literally divorces, abandonment. It's a criminal justice problem when people get into trouble and they have to pay back the debts that they owe.
All right. This is not what's happening now. All right? Understand. Oh my God. Every politico on both sides of the aisle sees this as red meat. This is a two-prong investigation. One were rigged poker games involving some former NBA players. Okay? That's not a common occurrence. Yes, it's criminal. Yes, some people participating there may have been doing this with the allure of playing next to a retired NBA guy. But those games, as we're finding out right now, were rigged with high-tech things like electronic chip readers, X-ray tables, rigged shuffling machines. I mean, that's got nothing to do with problem gambling. That's a crime. As in, criminals did that. So please, could we stop the pontificating about problem gambling? Now, are there problem gamblers? Yes. Are some of them athletes? Maybe. Yes. Do regular people get caught up in this? Yes. As Mr. Blumenthal says, does it destroy lives and marriages? Yes. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about a couple of bets that were rigged, as in criminal activity. Terry Rozier allegedly faked an injury. That's got nothing to do with problem gambling. He was giving inside information to gamblers, talking about, the health of other players. None of this has to do with problem gambling. Now, did some problem gamblers maybe latch on to this? Were there some people involved in who placed those straw bets? Maybe. We don't know that yet. But my God, the people here who will jump on this and pontificate over stuff that is completely immaterial to what's going on here. Can everybody politically just stop? Nothing has been alleged criminally by people who weren't criminals. There's been no allegation of the legal gambling operators, FanDuel or DraftKings or MGM or the casinos or the Connecticut Lottery, no, or any of the places in New York and Vegas and Pennsylvania. None of that. This is, oh my God. Like I said, this is the same optics we're seeing when there are mass shootings. An inability to understand what in the hell happened. Like I said last weekend, did you know? Last weekend, did you know? And I'm sure a lot of you, consume news over the weekend. I know some people like to turn off. Did you know that 24 people were shot in a bar last weekend? Did you know that? It was last weekend or the weekend before. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Because that bar happened to be, I believe, in a black or an African-American area. 4 people killed, 20 people wounded. So it didn't fit the narrative, and therefore it got no coverage. But yet, in this NBA gambling thing yesterday, they said, well, this is because of legal sports gambling. Well, no, it's not. Now, could it go deeper into the NBA? I'm sure it could. Maybe it will. And whomever is found to be at fault here, they should listen. The feds are on this. Who knows how deep this is? But this notion here that it's somehow tied to legal problem gambling, no. This is a criminal investigation. Criminal as in criminality. As in a player who was faking injuries to stay under his prop bet for whatever, rebounds or points or whatever. Why he's doing that? Who knows? But my God, at least get the facts of the case correct before you start carpet bombing an entire industry. Yes, of course there are problem gamblers, and there are alcoholics, and people die in car crashes. Does that mean we stop selling cars? Or we stop serving booze and we shut down legal gambling because there's some criminality involved? Oh my God! Please, people, please, including every member of Congress and local legislator, just wait until the investigation concludes.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 or the Parkway northbound. Plan on over an hour from Greenwich through Trumbull and Bridgeport. Parkway northbound, we do have a accident reported approaching Route 7. On 95 out of New Haven, very busy through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Wilbur Cross is easier. Route 8 northbound, you're on the brakes in Shelton going up to the Comfortable Bridge. And on 84, volume delays both directions through Newtown and Danbury. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and chilly, upper 30s to near 40. Saturday, sunny with a high in the upper 50s. Sunday, sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
Are you a local business owner? We have a backstage pass for you. This is your invitation to our marketing open house, 8 to 9:30 a.m. on October 28th. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and as a business owner, you have built a great business. You're proud of it, and you want it to grow. Come on October 28th and see how radio advertising can work for you. You hear the commercials on the Voice of Connecticut. Now let's get your business on the air. Our team is dedicated to helping local business with effective radio and digital advertising. So if you own a business, join us at the Connoisseur Media Open House on October 28th. It's free, but registration is required. To register, email your name and business to ctmarketing@conmedia.com, and we'll send you the details. October 28th is our marketing open house. Come see how our team will help your business grow. Email ctmarketing@conmedia.com. Time for you to be on the radio.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, man, do we have a lineup for you? Stay close. 2 hours down, 2 to go. We wanted to start with the Bridgeport absentee ballot thing because, hey, why not? Hey, coming up, Steve Harding, our friend who leads the Senate Republicans at 4:15. Guess what popped up again last night? Apparently that housing bill is still being worked on. But here's the thing. The Democrats in Hartford are doing this in secret. They're not involving anybody from the Republican Party. On that mode alone, the bill should be blown up and voted down. Oh, that's a little harsh, Paul, is it? What's wrong with bipartisan input on this? We'll talk with a CBS News reporter from the White House about the government shutdown. Chris Caruso drops by, and also a local expert on the NBA gambling investigation.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Christopher Cruz in Washington. The shutdown is making the nation's skies less safe. That's the assessment of Air Traffic Controllers Union President Nick Daniels.
Every day that this shutdown drags on with no clear end sight, this affects their focus.
Without a paycheck, some federal employees, like the air traffic controllers, are having trouble putting food on the table. Peyton McCune owns Lululo's Pizzeria near Pittsburgh. She's giving meals to anyone who asks.
If you need the help and you have pride, please put it aside, because you can literally just come in and quietly say it to one of us and we'll act like you're just coming in and picking up food and like a normal order.
Members of the California National Guard arrived in Los Angeles earlier this week to help food banks get food to where it needs to go. For CBS Sunday Morning, Governor Gavin Newsom was asked what he would do if President Trump changes his mind and sends National Guardsmen into San Francisco.
Already had 43 lawsuits. Only been 40 weeks of this presidency. That would have been 44. Second he does it, we'll be in court.
Now to the Pentagon decision that's raising eyebrows. An aircraft carrier has been ordered to sail from the Mediterranean Sea to the Caribbean. CBS News Pentagon reporter Charlie D'Agata.
Putting a carrier into that neighborhood, that area of responsibility against the stated mission, which is drug interdiction, is absolutely unheard of, aside from unprecedented. I can't remember the last time a carrier was in that region for any good reason other than transporting in or out of it.
Ontario, Canada is pulling the television ad that prompted President Trump to announce he was ending, quote, all trade negotiations with our northern neighbor.
The ad used the words of former President Reagan to criticize U.S. trade tariffs.
When someone says, let's impose tariffs on foreign imports.
Ontario Premier Doug Ford, whose province sponsored the ad, said the intention was to initiate a conversation about the impact of American tariffs on workers and businesses. He added, quote, we've achieved our goal, having reached U.S. audiences at the highest level. A White House spokesman had called the ad misleading and, quote, the latest example of how Canadian officials would rather play games than engage with the administration. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
Administration officials are again telling Treasury employees not to take pictures of the East Wing demolition site. Here's CBS's Jennifer Jacobs.
CBS News broke the news this morning that Trump officials are again urging Treasury staff to not take photos of the demolition site. Now, the Treasury Department sits right next to the White House. It overlooks the East Wing, what formerly was the East Wing, and there are security concerns.
At the close of the trading week, the Dow closed at a record high. This is CBS News.
The annual Progressive Keys to Progress program provides vehicles to deserving veterans, helping our heroes drive their lives forward. Learn more at keystoprogress.com.
Maybe this is you too. People are enormously frustrated with the cost of health care right now. There is an option. Hundreds of thousands of people have gone with MediShare. They like it more, and they're saving a lot of money. Perfect time for you to join, too. Apply before October 31st, and they will waive your application fee. That's $100 you'll be saving right off the bat, in addition to the thousands you can save every year. Call them now. Here's the number, 877-26-BIBLE. That's 877-26-BIBLE. MediShare is a community of Christians who've shared more than $9 billion in medical bills. It has worked beautifully for decades. And with so many people re-examining their options right now, seeing premiums going up and up, this is a great time to take advantage of this offer. Just tell them the promo code SHARE and save $100 before October 31st. Call 877-26-BIBLE. That's 877-26-BIBLE. 877-26-BIBLE.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A member of Bridgeport's City Council is involved in yet another criminal investigation. Alfredo Castillo is currently awaiting trial on election fraud charges. These new charges stem from complaints filed by Jasmine Cooper, the daughter of Castillo's fellow city councilor Anita Martinez. Cooper's complaint alleges that Castillo was impersonating a HUD employee and had Cooper banned from a public housing development on East Washington Avenue. The second complaint alleges that Castillo used his position to collect absentee ballots. Frank Riccio, Castillo's attorney, declined comment. The person who died in a single-vehicle crash this past weekend in Stratford has been identified as an 18-year-old town resident. Police say Ryan Julian was driving a Mustang GT that left Nichols Avenue and crashed into a tree. 4 passengers in the car were hurt, including one person who remains hospitalized in critical condition. Julian was a 2025 graduate of Bunnell High School in Stratford, where he played on the football team. Avelo Airlines will be ending operations at Bradley International Airport. Avelo yesterday announced that it will exit the Hartford area airport after the last scheduled flight on January 25th. The airline indicates that multiple business factors make this the best decision for Avelo's continued growth. Connecticut Airport Authority officials say they are disappointed and surprised by the decision, especially by the end of the state's only nonstop service to Montego Bay, Jamaica. Avelo first began operating at Bradley less than a year ago. Avelo will, however, be adding extra service at Tweed New Haven Regional Airport for the Thanksgiving holiday weekend. Avelo says the extra nonstop flights will be between New Haven and Chicago's O'Hare, Baltimore, Washington International, Detroit, and Knoxville airports. Avelo officials say seats are filling up fast for the upcoming holiday travel season. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Parkway northbound accident near exit 10 has things backed up through Stamford. 95 northbound, an hour and 20, Greenwich to Bridgeport right now. New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf northbound side. Plenty of company through Milford, West Haven, and Brantford. On the Wilbur Cross north and southbound, long lines of cars either side going into the West Rock Tunnel. And Route 8 northbound, jamming in Shelton into the bridge. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
Mainly clear and chilly this evening and tonight with a low in the upper 30s to near 40. Saturday sunny with a high in the upper 50s. Sunday sunny with a high in the mid 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, a lot more coming up. 2 hours down, 2 to go. Open phones if you want to squeeze a call or two in here. Love to hang out with you at 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Alfredo Castillo, you heard in the news, Bridgeport City Council member, already facing a couple of other situations. Remember, he had the cars, I think, parked in, where's that, Shelton or something like that, and he already has some more accusations. Again, innocent till proven guilty. I understand that. Listen, this is all over the media. We have to talk about it here. But, again, the latest allegations are connected to lather, rinse, repeat, absentee ballots. The shadow that is always there in some form or another when it comes to Bridgeport. So my question is, I know, dumb question, loaded question maybe. I simply ask, will Bridgeport ever shed its reputation of corruption in government? Don't get mad at me for asking that question. I don't dig up these stories. I talk about them. I invite people on the air to talk about them. I tell you, hey, look at what Hearst has. Look at what the Current has. Look at what the Connecticut Mirror has. Look at what Inside Investigator has. Look at what the Connecticut News Junkie has. So don't call me somebody who's just a right-wing shock jock host. No. This is the kind of stuff that needs to be discussed. So, will Bridgeport, stop laughing now, will Bridgeport ever shed its reputation of corruption in government and clean things up and rid itself of this dependence on absentee ballots that, again, according to the Connecticut Mirror, not little old me, is unlike any municipality in the state? Chris Williams, you've been looking at the answers. What do we have?
Tomas only said, wow. Pop said only if they wise up and turn Republican. And Gene said, unless people start going to jail and receive consequences, this will continue for years. The people in charge of this state all benefit from these actions, so it will never end until we all get new people in charge.
Well, and as somebody said to me once, somebody on this radio station said, hey, remember, just follow the logic here. The Bridgeport delegation in Hartford, because of the size of the Great Park City, is the biggest of the House and the Senate. So unless you get real leadership from, those folks, state Senate members, state House members in Bridgeport who say, hey, We want good contested elections, and we want them to be clean. And we don't want the absentee ballot process abused. Nothing wrong with using it in the spirit of the limits that are set up by the state constitution. But until you get the state house and state senate delegations together to look at each other in the eye and say, we got to clean this up. This is not good. It's just not going to get cleaned up. And it's sad. And look, there's going to be no white knight, no white steed with somebody riding it coming over the hill there, or galloping down Fairfield Avenue or Madison Avenue or State Street or whatever saying, I'll clean it up. No, it's a one-party town. And that's what happened. So again, I know, and I'm getting text messages too. I got the same text message from the usual person who for some reason doesn't like the fact that I bring up this subject. Think about that. That's all I'm saying is think about that.
This fall, make your daily radio destination WICC. Your weekdays start with Melissa in the morning. Then it's the Lisa Wexler Show, The Download with John Kamal and Chris Williams, and Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli. Local news updates every hour, along with Fairfield County traffic and weather from meteorologist Paul Pioric. Plus, more local news and live talk on weekends, too. We are WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I started working with K&J Tree Service about a year ago, and I know it can be really expensive to have tree work done at your home. But listen, I've had actually a tree fall across our driveway and keep us stranded in our home for 2 days before. I've had fences break because of trees that have fallen. You want to make sure that your property is protected. And if you are worried about the costs, well, this is the good time to work with K&J Tree Service because they are having unprecedented savings right now with flash sales like 25% off tree pruning. And they also have some really great discounts right now if you were to call them at 203-248-TREE. By the way, they do a free tree risk assessment as well. One of their licensed arborists will come to your home, check things out, and then let you know what their recommendations are. And there's no obligation to do the work with them. Give them a call at 203-248-TREE or go to their website, kjtreeservice.com, and book your appointment. Trust K&J Tree Service to keep your trees and your property safe and stunning. And take advantage of those incredible offers right now with K&J Tree Service. Go to kjtreeservice.com. Most people want to spend their retirement years at home, but most seniors are not equipped to do it. In fact, according to AARP, 82% of adults ages 50 and up want to remain in their current homes as they age, but only about 10% of U.S. homes are considered aging ready. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I'm so grateful my grandmother lived with us for more than 20 years. And as she got older, my parents equipped their home in Fairfield to accommodate her needs, and they got in-home care, like Connecticut In-Home Assistance. I believe in-home care made my grandmother's final years comfortable, joyful, and actually made her feel more independent. It also helped my parents to have peace of mind that someone could get her to her appointments, make sure she didn't fall, and allow them to have a loving relationship with her instead of one filled with tension and resentment. Don't wait until it's too late to make your home ready for an aging parent. Get the help you need to keep your loved one at home safe and sound. Check out Connecticut In-Home Assistance at cthomecare.com. And right now, you can even download their free ebook online. Again, cthomecare.com.
NFL Sundays are back on the Voice of Connecticut. Dished up by Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast. Be there for the action starting at 12:30. We've got your local NFL news and notes. Then it's kickoff at 1 p.m. and 4 p.m. Because what's a football game without a Duchess feast at your fingertips? Get ready to tackle your hunger and the football season with Duchess Restaurants. Your first draft pick for fresh food served fast.
You're listening to WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Parkway northbound accident near exit 10 has things backed up through Stamford. 95 northbound, an hour and 20, Greenwich to Bridgeport right now. New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf northbound side. Plenty of company through Milford, West Haven, and Brantford. On the Wilbur Cross north and southbound, long lines of cars either side going into the West Rock Tunnel, and Route 8 northbound, jamming in Shelton into the bridge. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and chilly, upper 30s to near 40. Saturday, sunny with a high in the upper 50s. Sunday, sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Phones are busy? Text Paul 203-333-9422. You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. Now on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, so we heard there was going to be a special session in September. Then they said October. Now they're saying November 11th, 12th, 13th, something like that. First we heard, well, there's going to be another housing bill in the special session. Then we heard there's not going to be a housing bill in the special session. There's not enough time. We have to do other more important things. And now, according to some reports that popped up last night, they're saying, no, wait a minute. There is a housing bill coming. See, this is the way we do things in Connecticut. As my dearly departed father used to say, half-assed. And this is all with no real input from the Republican Party here on a bill that could directly affect the value of your home, depending upon where it is, what the zoning is, and everything. So if you're asking me, do I know what's going on here? No, I don't. Maybe our next guest does. Our friend of the station, friend of the program, Republican State Senate Leader Steve Harding joins us. Steve, I'm confused, my friend. Help me out on this, Steve. I have no idea what's going on.
Join the club. So am I, unfortunately. But, I mean, I think, you alluded to it in your open there, Paul, because I think you're exactly right. This is what you get when you get this huge, arrogant one-party rule.
Yeah.
When there's really nothing to offset the Democratic majority numbers, and they feel no need to share any ideas, to share any thoughts, to have any discussion related to what we're going to have special session for, what we're going to do. I've had members that are my leadership, the Republican leadership on the the land use committee, that obviously has oversight over what this bill would be, begging them to please show me what your plan is so I could review it. And we get crickets. And so, again, when you have kind of this unhealthy balance of democratic rule in government, this is the type of government you get. That's not transparent. It's not working for the people necessarily to their best interest, and continues to just simply push forward exclusively their agenda. And this is what we're dealing with. And,
Steve, I'm even noticing in some of the same stories, obviously, you may be looking at, too, and the caucus may be looking at, too. There are some Democratic local leaders in some high-income areas, some very nice, wondering, well, hey, again, what's in this thing here? And from what I understand, even they're being left in the dark here. The governor's making allusions to stuff. Jason Rojas in the House is making allusions to stuff, all in a bill, Steve, that is supposed to be looked at and voted on, what, in a 2-day session, a 3-day session? I mean, this is maddening. This sounds like romper room here.
Yes, well, it's also usurping what special session should be. So, when we created our state government and the legislative session, it was specifically intended to limit our session. We're not a full-time legislature. So it was specifically designed to say you are going to meet and vote on things from this period of time, generally January, February, depending on the year, until May or June, depending on the year. And that is it. You can come into a special session for emergent purposes. So essentially what's being done, and the reason that's done is because when you go into special session, the rules and the procedure and the transparency surrounding bills go away.
Yep.
because it's a totally different operation. If this were regular session and this bill was proposed, it would at least go through the proper channels. It would have a public hearing. It would be discussed in committee. There would be committee votes. It'd see the light of day for long periods of time, and then eventually we may vote on it in the chambers. This is usurping that entire process and voting on it and seeing it the first time in the chambers. It's going to be something that's going to have repercussions for 169 towns throughout this state. And we're only seeing it the day that we're voting on it, and that's our last chance. It's not like you can vote on and out of committee, and then you can see it again and vote differently potentially in chambers. This is our only vote on it, and certainly not an emergency. This should be done at the very least in regular session. I think there's a reason, unfortunately, Paul, why the Democrats don't want to show you this bill. Because if it were a good bill and people would like it, I would be parading it around everywhere, wouldn't you? But we're getting this hush-hush, dark of night type of dealings, which indicates to me that this bill is probably just as bad as its original form, if not maybe even worse.
Yeah, Steve, finally, do you think, and I know I'm asking, you're asking for your opinion, and if you don't want to answer it, I fully understand that, but is this the kind of thing, Steve, where the governor's heading into an election year, or maybe the Democrat, because, a lot of them don't like Lamont. We get it. We understand that, intra-party and all that. But is this a desperation move, you think, Steve, rather than wait until just January for the short session, that there's some desperation to get something done to please the far left of the party with an election coming up next year?
I think it's more than just simply a coincidence, isn't it, Paul? And I think that there's certainly politics at play here, and it's sad that the residents of this state are forced to be involved and be implicated in policies that have nothing to do with what's in the best interest of everyone, but simply to do with intra-party politics, and we have to live with those consequences as residents of this state. Because I think this is what it is. I think that obviously, as you mentioned, Governor Lamont probably feels like he needs to appease the far left wing of his party, and I think the far left wing of his party feels that they want to show some muscle and be able to pass legislation that the governor previously opposed. So I think there's a lot of inter-party politics here. We shouldn't be playing games of inter-party politics. We should be only focused on helping the people of the state.
All right, State Senate Republican Leader Steve Harding. Steve, as always, thanks. Have a happy weekend, and we'll chat down the road.
Pleasure, Paul.
All right, thank you, Steve. Appreciate it. Yep, Steve Harding of Brookfield there. So, folks, understand what's happening here. And listen, look, I'm not telling you how to vote. I'm not. But understand what's happening here. You remember this housing bill was passed by the Democrats. The governor vetoed it. Even though apparently they say, hey, Governor, your team worked with us on this. So, I don't know, maybe Lamont didn't, with all due respect, the governor didn't expect the blowback on the first bill, which even his lieutenant governor, Susan Bysowitz, said they got, 6,000 emails? And think about something. We say, 5,000 or 6,000 in a state of 3 million. No. Take every one of those emails and phone calls and voicemails, multiply that by 1.5 or 2 or 3. Because remember, usually only one person from a family speaks up. So instead of 5,000 or 6,000, that could be 15,000 to 18,000 votes, maybe 20,000, right? So the governor vetoes it, kind of admitting that he didn't, expect the blowback that he got. And he said, hey, we'll do it again next session, but next session doesn't start until January. So now we were told, the special session is only going to be to deal with the government shutdown, this, that, and the other. And all of a sudden, these stories pop up last night, and my friends are texting me saying, wait a minute, there is a housing bill. After we were told there wasn't. Because, and I know you're going to say, he's just being partisan. Yes, I am. The Democrats are looking to do this largely in a special session on the 11th, 12th, and 13th of November because, as Steve said, in a special session, you cannot and do not have public comment. They're not now. They may release a text to the bill beforehand. I don't know. So listen, if you're a Democrat and will never vote Republican, fine, but just consider this. You happy with the way this is made? Are you happy with the fact that, and again, I don't know what the text of the bill is, but unless you're a business owner, your house or wherever you live, your condo, your house, your townhouse, your A-frame, maybe you own a small apartment building, whatever, that is your biggest part of, unless you have oodles of cash on hand too and have a portfolio. But for a lot of people, that's their biggest part of their net worth. And the majority in Hartford is now working on a zoning bill that could directly affect that, whether they will tell you or not. Is that the way we make laws in this state? You happy with that? That they're doing this all in secret, and then if any Republican or any suburban mayor or first selectman says anything, they're racist? They're xenophobic. No, you know what that is? That's garbage lawmaking.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Parkway northbound accident near exit 10 has things backed up from Stanford. 95 northbound, an hour and 20, Greenwich to Bridgeport right now. New Haven, 95 south, jamming from Long Wharf northbound side. Plenty of company through Milford, West Haven, and Brantford. On the Wilbur Cross north and southbound, long lines of cars either side going into the West Rock Tunnel. And Route 8 northbound, jamming in Shelton into the bridge. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Mainly clear and chilly this evening and tonight with a low in the upper 30s to near 40. Saturday sunny with a high in the upper 50s. Sunday sunny with a high in the mid 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Looking for quality dental care close to home? Columbia Dental in Norwalk is here for you. As part of our robust network of 12 locations, we're open 6 days a week to fit your busy schedule. From routine cleanings and checkups to implants and oral surgery, Columbia Dental provides complete care for the whole family, all in one place. Call us today at 860-645-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Shutdown-related cuts to food stamps, Medicaid, and USDA programs are hurting the nation's food banks, like the one run by Lynette Lowe in Louisville, Kentucky.
Less food coming into the food banks and the increase in need, it's really hard to know how to manage that.
President Trump's announcement that he's ending trade talks with Canada hasn't produced much of a reaction. CBS's Kelly O'Grady.
Investors have seen so much of this tit for tat between these two countries that this latest
flare-up is a little bit par for the course.
And Ontario, Canada now says it's pulling the television ad that said tariffs harm everyone, which angered Trump and caused him to cut off the trade talks. Another strike by the Navy on an alleged drug smuggling boat. CBS's Eleanor Watson.
Last week, we saw the first 2 strikes in the Eastern Pacific. So not only is the timing of these strikes expanding, but also the location.
CBS News Brief. I'm Christopher Cruz.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A member of Bridgeport's City Council is involved in yet another criminal investigation. Alfredo Castillo is currently awaiting trial on election fraud charges. These new charges stem from complaints filed by Jasmine Cooper, the daughter of Castillo's fellow city councilor Anita Martinez. Cooper's complaint alleges that Castillo was impersonating a HUD employee and had Cooper banned from a public housing development on East Washington Avenue. The second complaint alleges that Castillo used his position to collect absentee ballots. Frank Riccio, Castillo's attorney, declined comment. A 24-year-old woman who was found dead on a Bridgeport street this week with her baby nearby was the victim of a homicide. Police say Evelyn Rayo Moreno was shot in the head on Black Rock Avenue Tuesday night and died at the hospital a short time later. The victim's 1-year-old daughter was located unharmed on a front porch a short distance from where her mother was shot. No arrests have been made in connection with the killing, but police say strong leads have been developed. A Monroe man charged after his toddler son was wounded by a gunshot is rejecting a plea offer from prosecutors. Barrington Strauchan has turned down a plea deal that would send him to prison for 7 years. The toddler was in a room with Strauchan when he was shot in the hand and foot, and he claimed the child shot himself. The 31-year-old Strauchan is charged with criminal possession of a firearm and risk of injury to a minor. He remains free on $150,000 bond. Senator Richard Blumenthal says the indictments of over 30 people in sports betting schemes shows that gambling has corrupted the games. Blumenthal has a long history of being opposed to the sports betting boom that has grown in Connecticut and nationwide over the last few years.
It's tearing apart families, literally divorces, abandonment. It's a criminal justice problem when people get into trouble and they have to pay back the debts that they owe.
He says the troubling indictments handed down this week signal that betting has become a detriment to fans and to people with gambling addictions. The Democratic U.S. Senator says the Safe Bet Act he has proposed would prevent athletes and coaches from betting on their own games, crack down on prop bets, and provide more oversight on gaming companies. WFSB Channel 3 spoke to Dr. Andre Newfield, who said that the digital nature of modern gambling has exacerbated the problem.
It's so accessible that it's hard to know because people set up these accounts, and until it's a major problem, it's just sort of brewing in the background.
Americans wagered $147 billion legally on sports last year. This year, more than 4,300 para-educators enrolled in a high-deductible health plan with a health savings account are eligible for an almost 70% discount from their annual deductible share. In addition, approximately 3,000 para-educators will receive an average discount of 43% from their health care premium costs if they're enrolled in a traditional premium-based plan. State Comptroller Sean Scanlon released a statement saying, quote, despite the indispensable role para-educators play in our schools, many struggle to both stay in the field and afford necessities like housing and health care. Scanlon has been a major proponent of health care affordability, a need that has only grown in the face of the ongoing government shutdown.
Here in Connecticut, we are doing everything we can to make health care more affordable for people. We're trying to be a leader in the United States when it comes to health care affordability, and we're making great progress.
The Office of the State Comptroller has released $15 million in funding directly to districts to subsidize paraeducator health care costs. Beginning tomorrow, over 150,000 Connecticut residents will receive a letter telling them that their health care costs are going up, in some cases dramatically. Access Health CT customers could end up paying several times more next year than they do now, depending on whether or not Affordable Care Act tax credits persist after the government shutdown ends. 3rd District Democratic Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro spoke about the potential increases at a recent media event.
A family of 4 living in Milford who has an income of $130,000 now pays $921 a month. They're now going to pay $2,800 a month in 2026, an increase of almost $23,000 a year. You tell me who can afford this kind of an increase.
This change comes ahead of open enrollment, which begins November 1st. This weekend is National Drug Take-Back Day, and the Department of Consumer Protection is advising residents to use this opportunity to safely discard unwanted or expired medications. There will be multiple sites located throughout the state. You can find one online or by calling your local police department. And the UConn women's basketball team's trip to Germany for their season opener next month has been canceled. The game against Louisville that was to be played at the Ramstein Air Base in Germany on November 4th will now take place at the U.S. Naval Academy in Maryland. The cancellation is directly related to the ongoing federal government shutdown. Officials say Ramstein Air Base is operating at a reduced capacity because of the shutdown and cannot host the game. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Parkway northbound accident near exit 10 has things backed up through Stanford. 95 northbound, an hour and 20, Greenwich to Bridgeport right now. New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf northbound side. Plenty of company through Milford, West Haven, and Brantford. On the Wilbur Cross north and southbound, long lines of cars either side going into the West Rock Tunnel. And Route 8 northbound, jamming in Shelton into the bridge. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and chilly, upper 30s to near 40. Saturday, sunny with a high in the upper 50s. Sunday, sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Never miss a moment when you listen through your Amazon Echo.
It's Connecticut Today.
It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
And like a lot of other states, now we're looking at maybe a date where SNAP benefits could be affected by the ongoing government shutdown. Both sides showing, at least up front, no intention on compromising here. Let's check out what's going on in D.C. CBS reporter Willie James Inman joining us this afternoon. Willie, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. Is there any light, Willie, at the end of the tunnel on this? Or are both sides just like dug in, man? They're not moving.
Well, it appears that both sides are really dug in terms of the stalemate that we're seeing on Capitol Hill. Democrats want an extension of those key tax credits supporting Obamacare, while Republicans maintain that they want to pass a clean spending bill, basically kicking the can down the road, keeping funding levels at the same level for the next several weeks. Now, we saw some action in the Senate, but they failed to move forward in passing what has already passed in the House, a bill to continue to fund the government. So for the most part, no progress on moving forward on funding the government as we are well into week 3 now of this government shutdown.
Yeah, Willie, finally, a couple of things here. Number one, we're hearing warnings about overworked air traffic controllers because of this. And I can think of a lot of jobs I'd rather have overworked than air traffic controllers, number one. And number two, I know here in Connecticut, we're worried about losing the federal SNAP benefits on November 1. And I'm wondering, geez, Willie, if people are afraid to fly, or if the branding is going to be, well, now people go hungry, is that going to move things or not around, or what?
Well, we'll see. In fact, the White House tonight sent out a news release to reporters who cover the president, basically highlighting different trade groups and organizations as it relates to the airline travel industry, pilots associations, for instance, the Airlines for America, also major unions. Specifically, I'm talking about the Coalition of Airline Pilots Association, to be specific, calling on Congress to essentially get to work and pass a funding bill so that their members can get a paycheck. We, of course, know that millions of federal workers are going without a paycheck. Some are furloughed. We, of course, have seen the White House move to fire and let go some of those federal workers. So not only do you have people like air traffic controllers, TSA agents, or the people that the public, you and I, see when we go to airports. We typically don't see those air traffic controllers because they're up in the air traffic control tower, of course. But these are individuals that have to work. They're required to work, and now they're working without a paycheck. And certainly you could see down the road other programs, SNAP benefits, other programs be affected by a lapse in government funding. And so you're seeing the White House pointing the finger at Democrats. Democrats say that they want to make sure that Americans have key health care coverage. But the president, for his part, staying a little bit far away from the negotiations with both sides, although he has been speaking with members of Capitol Hill, Republican members to be exact. He hasn't had a leader-wide meeting as he did at the White House several weeks ago to discuss this government shutdown. He's getting ready to head on to a trip to Asia to meet with world leaders. But I anticipate the president will still have lots to say. And he can always pick up the phone and talk with leaders up on Capitol Hill. But still, nonetheless, millions of government employees going without pay as the shutdown continues.
CBS News reporter Willie James Inman covering the White House. Willie, thank you. Have a safe weekend. We appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. You bet. Thank you.
Appreciate it. There you go, folks. Yeah, there's no budging, even though now Americans are being told, Americans are being told, hey, those air traffic controllers, they're tired. And we're also hearing that, November 1, I know here in Connecticut now, we probably have the money because we have, $4 point something billion in our rainy day fund, and you can only keep so much money in the rainy day fund by law. So I think it's between $4 and $5 billion that you've got to kind of open the valve up and bleed off some of that money into somewhere. But, boy, neither side wants a budge here. And you heard Willie James Inman say, yes, for the Democratic Party, this is about wanting to extend Biden-era tax subsidies and payments for the Affordable Care Act. In the White House, and Republicans saying, no, let's fund the government first, and then we'll do that. But, of course, then the Democrats, who are not dealing, at least at the beginning, from a position of strength on this, are going to say, no, wait a minute, we don't trust you. Yeah, you will extend, and again, I kind of understand from a political battle point of view where they're coming from on this. Saying, well, yeah, if we sign this this short funding continuing resolution, by the way, which doesn't fix the problem. A continuing resolution is exactly what it is. It just it kicks the can down the road, but it allows you to pay people. So that doesn't mean an actual budget will be put in place. That'll be another battle. So again, you wonder if either side will blink, and God forbid, you get a scenario where a tired air traffic controller gives a plane, I know I'm being, it's not going to happen. Well, listen, it just takes one slightly tired air traffic controller to put a plane or some sort of aircraft on a wrong vector or clear it for landing on a wrong approach or takeoff on a wrong approach. So we'll see, but boy, I tell you, both sides on this, this is one of those things where the longer it goes, the less chance you seem to have to get an agreement here. But here's what I wonder. Before we go to break here, I wonder if you got both parties in the Senate, it's primarily the Senate, the House is simple majority controlled by Republicans. If you got both sides together, behind closed doors, off the record, in separate rooms, I wonder how many of them would say, my God, we can't do this. We need to end this now, but because of what's going on, we just can't.
No part of your home is more important than the roof over your head. Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local expert for roof replacement and roof repair. Water resistant, weather resistant, wind resistant, our products offer superior protection that come with a 50-year lifetime transferable warranty. Call us today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Want the best deal on Bridgestone winter tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get Bridgestone tires at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, you get more free services than anywhere else. When you combine Town Fair's guaranteed lowest price with the most free services, you get the guaranteed best deals anywhere on your Bridgestone winter tires. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. And you know we mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
October 10th is World Mental Health Day, and this year we're saying thank you, therapists, because behind every breakthrough, supportive moment, and small win is a therapist who showed up and made a difference. BetterHelp therapists have supported over 5 million people globally on their mental health journeys. That's millions of stories, millions of journeys, where a therapist showed up, listened, and helped someone take a step forward. Moments in therapy, like the right question, a safe space to cry, or a small win, can change lives. With more than 12 years' experience and the world's largest online network of qualified therapists, BetterHelp makes it easy to match with the right therapist online, the one who can make a real difference. If you're ready to find the right therapist for you, BetterHelp can help you start that journey. See for yourself. Our listeners get 10% off their first month. Just call pound 250 and say the keyword ABC Radio. That's keyword ABC Radio after calling pound 250.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
It was a record-setting day on Wall Street as both the Dow and the Nasdaq set new all-time highs. The Dow crossing 47,000 for the first time in history as the Nasdaq rallied as well after a tame inflation report, relatively speaking. CPI inflation up 0.3% against expectations of a 0.4% gain. Still, year over year, it was up 3% even above the Fed's target. That will not deter the Fed necessarily from cutting interest rates next week by another quarter point. That led to a rally in stocks that lifted the Dow 472 points to 47,207. The S&P up 53 to 6791. NASDAQ at a new high up 263 points to 23,204. 10-year note yields ended flat right at 4%. The dollar weakened a little bit. Oil slipped 30 cents to $61.49 a barrel. And gold lost $24 to $41.21, down 1.7% on the week. Silver losing another 32 cents to $48.38 the ounce as well. Going into next week, of course, the Fed's decision on interest rates is a big make or break for Wall Street, but it's expected that they will cut.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, hour and 15. Greenwich to Bridgeport Parkway really isn't much help right now. New Haven, 95 south, you're on the brakes through Long Wharf. Route 8 northbound, jamming through Shelton up to the bridge. Wilbur Cross, northbound side, heavy volume delays through Woodbridge into the tunnel. Southbound side, lots of extra cars as well through Hamden going back into the tunnel. I'm Edge Krause with WICC traffic.
Mainly clear and chilly this evening and tonight with a low in the upper 30s to near 40. Saturday sunny with a high in the upper 50s. Sunday, sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
Stay connected with Paul during the show at WICC 600 on Facebook. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I'm telling you, I'm still going to work on the management here in the front offices at Connoisseur to provide the alternate audio channel so you could hear Chris Williams and I. I mean, what the hell? They can have this Manning cast on Monday Night Football. Buddy of mine and I actually had an idea to do that years ago when I was doing Quinnipiac hockey on radio. I said, we should have the alternate audio. Oh, man. Jerry in Stratford is with us at 10 of. Jerry, good afternoon. How are you?
Hey, Paul. Doing well. I had two quick comments, one about the shutdown and one about Joe Manchin. A couple of weeks back, you had mentioned that the Democrats are fearful of the 2030 census because of all the people moving out because of their policies, and they have to pad the numbers with illegals.
Yeah.
And both before and after that, there was a story that Trump had. There is a way that Trump could float a new census by the end of 2025, has to be a year with a 5, where he could remove all of the illegals from the census, which would reduce the weighting that blue states have in terms of electoral college votes, in terms of the number of seats in the House. And I mention this because perhaps that's the real reason for this shutdown. The Democrats don't want Trump to have a chance to do that because that would really influence their power structure if we just counted citizens in the census.
Oh,
this
sure.
is a different issue of whether or not they vote. But if it increases the weighting and therefore increases the congressional seats, it increases the electoral college votes. So maybe that's one of the reasons why they're pursuing this is because it's got nothing to do with health care or, we hate MAGA principles, but it's got to do with trying to prevent a 2025 census from occurring that would then remove illegals from the counting, which would then dilute their power.
Jerry, and I've heard that not necessarily for the shutdown here, but I have heard the theory about doing it in 2025. But that would be held up by years of legal wranglings in the federal judiciary. I just think, Jerry, and you could be right, I could be wrong. I just think that the Democratic Party is having their internal power struggle now, as the Republicans did when Trump came along. And I think that they see this as one of their few, currently, now things could change, one of their few chances to get a toehold against him because they are fighting an avalanche of stuff he's doing. They don't know what to do. And the reason I say that, Jerry, is because I can't believe that Chuck Schumer would allow two things to happen at one time. In other words, I don't think he's that dumb where if he really was sold on the health care subsidies, he would do it against the backdrop of a government shutdown. My guess is that he's being pressured from the left, and he probably said, well, let's keep the government up and running, and we'll go to the mat for these health care subsidies. And I'm guessing, Jerry, I could be wrong. I think the AOC branch of the Democratic Party is saying, no, stop him now, because I don't know, Jerry, I'm just something that I see when I see Schumer and I hear him. He looks a little distressed by this. I think he's got a little agita going on, but that's just me. I could be wrong.
Joe Manchin got a new book out.
Yeah.
And thank you, by the way, Paul, for that. Joe Manchin's new book, it talks about how he was the victim of death threats and other sorts of renamobs harassment on the part of the Biden White House. That they, according to Senator Manchin, orchestrated death threats against him.
Wow.
And renamobs to chase him down and to come to his place of where he lived and threaten his family, because I think it was it may have been the infrastructure bill, but Manchin was pretty well. He was one of the vocal voices against this runaway spending that drove the Biden inflation, and Biden, and so the great old, Mr. Nice Guy, unity in my bones and my blood, had no problem of playing hardball with a member of his own party.
Yeah.
When that member stood up for what it turned out to be right with runaway Biden inflation. So, and then finally, I'll leave you with this: with these story after story after story of Christians being slaughtered by Muslims.
Yeah.
In Nigeria and other parts of Africa.
No coverage. None.
No coverage. And not only no coverage, they're going to elect one of them to New York City and never even ask them a question about do you support or do you oppose the Muslim slaughter of Christians?
Yeah.
And so absolutely no coverage. But you know damn well if it were Christians slaughtering Muslims,
oh my God,
it would be front page, above the fold, headline news.
It would.
24/7 team coverage.
Thank you, Jerry. Got to run, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yep. And Mr. Mamdani certainly looks like he's going to win. So listen, again, and look, people say, well, this, anti-Muslim jabber about Mamdani. Well, listen, he hasn't actually helped himself in all this. Pussyfooting around the controversy with Intifada, not saying that Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state. Well, I believe, and he's a master at saying nothing. Well, I believe that all people and every people. And the latest thing a couple of days ago where there was a photo of him palling around, and if you don't believe me, look it up, with an unindicted co-conspirator from the first World Trade Center bombing, the one that failed because they hit the foundation and not the mid part of the towers with a truck bomb in 1993. And he's palling around there with some imam who has said some rather vicious things about the U.S. And this is a guy who is on track to be the mayor of New York City. Now, hopefully, my son lives there with my future daughter-in-law. I hope he succeeds. I really do. But we shall see. And all of a sudden now, well, I may keep Jessica Tisch on as police commissioner. Well, you should, because she's done a hell of a job, and the gun murders in New York may be at an all-time low or a low that hasn't been seen in years. But we'll see. Now, remember, this is a guy who he's, domestic violence stuff or or violence in the subway. We're going to have social workers and crisis teams intervene. No, Mr. Mayor. People want cops with guns, batons, handcuffs, and tasers.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, hour and 15. Greenwich to Bridgeport Parkway really isn't much help right now. New Haven, 95 south, you're on the brakes through Long Wharf. Route 8 northbound, jamming through Shelton up to the bridge. Wilbur Cross, northbound side, heavy volume delays through Woodbridge into the tunnel. Southbound side, lots of extra cars as well through Hamden going back into the tunnel. I'm Edge Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and chilly, upper 30s to near 40. Saturday, sunny with a high in the upper 50s. Sunday, sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
This fall, cozy up to savings at Spectre Furniture and Mattress Gallery in Ansonia. Whether you're refreshing a room or refurnishing your whole home, Spectre Furniture's fall savings event makes it easy and affordable. And if your old couch or mattress has more lumps than your grandma's gravy, it's time for an upgrade. See what they're all about, or ask your neighbor. Spectre Furniture and Mattress Gallery, where tradition meets comfort. Trusted for 135 years. Thank you for shopping local. SpectreFurniture.com.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. Do you know why Standard Oil was voted best oil company in Connecticut? Great service, day or night. If you have a heating emergency at 2 a.m., Standard Oil has service technicians who work through the night to ensure fast response to heating emergencies, usually within 2 hours. Most importantly, great service means truly knowledgeable technicians who care about customers. For great service, day or night, call Standard Oil or visit us online at standardoil.com.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
And I will say two things from a tactical point of view about Zohran Mamdani's campaign. Number one, His appeal is not mainly to American-born New Yorkers. They did a breakdown the other day, and he's winning because of foreign immigrant New Yorkers coming over. So no surprise there. The other thing is he stays on message. Even when pushed about attitudes toward Israel and billionaires, he talks about affordability all the time.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Christopher Cruz in Washington. We begin with the real-life effects of the government shutdown that are becoming clearer by the day.
Today should have been payday, but instead this federal worker received nothing. We agreed to alter their voice and not use their name.
I'm seeing all of this gold in the White House, and I'm hearing about money being sent to other countries, and I just don't understand why it doesn't feel like America first.
They've been with their federal agency for over 3 decades.
I give my all as a federal employee. I love what I do. I love working with people, and I take it seriously.
But right now, they say they're not getting enough support. And with 2 adult children living at home, things are tight. Lynn Bowie for CBS News Washington.
On Wall Street today, the Dow, S&P 500, and NASDAQ all closed at record highs after an inflation report came in lower than expected. CBS News business analyst Jill Schlesinger.
With this report, Social Security benefits will increase by 2.8% starting in January. That annual cost of living or COLA adjustment is based on consumer prices from the third quarter.
The Pentagon has ordered an aircraft carrier strike group to sail from the Mediterranean Sea to the waters off Latin America. It's an unprecedented escalation in the military's war on alleged drug traffickers operating in international waters off Venezuela. CBS News Pentagon correspondent Charlie D'Agata.
This is a major step forward, and my good friend David Martin, who worked before me at this position, he said there's no flex like a carrier strike group. So that's what we're seeing here.
New York Attorney General Letitia James was defiant today after pleading not guilty to federal mortgage fraud charges.
I will not be distracted. I will do my job each and every day, and that's why I'm headed back to New York, because there's work to be done standing up for the rule of law.
CBS's Scott MacFarlane says James will try to get the charges thrown out before her trial in January even begins.
Federal prosecutors bringing cases against people who argue they are Trump's political enemies, who may eventually argue there's a vindictive selective prosecution underway. It's also possible Letitia James makes that argument too, files another motion to dismiss this case in the coming days and weeks, arguing that she is being vindictively prosecuted, unlawfully so, for political purposes.
The FDA says more than 141,000 bottles of cholesterol medication are being recalled. Atorvastatin calcium tablets are the subject of the recall. The numbers from Wall Street's record-setting day, the Dow up 1%, NASDAQ closed up more than 1%. This is CBS News.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Not only does Progressive let you bundle your insurance, they also give you round-the-clock protection. Quote today at Progressive.com.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A member of Bridgeport's City Council is involved in yet another criminal investigation. Alfredo Castillo is currently awaiting trial on election fraud charges. These new charges stem from complaints filed by Jasmine Cooper, the daughter of Castillo's fellow city councilor Anita Martinez. Cooper's complaint alleges that Castillo was impersonating a HUD employee and had Cooper banned from a public housing development on East Washington Avenue. The second complaint alleges that Castillo used his position to collect absentee ballots. Frank Riccio, Castillo's attorney, declined comment. A 24-year-old woman who was found dead on a Bridgeport street this week with her baby nearby was the victim of a homicide. Police say Evelyn Rayo Moreno was shot in the head on Black Rock Avenue Tuesday night and died at the hospital a short time later. The victim's 1-year-old daughter was located unharmed on a front porch a short distance from where her mother was shot. No arrests have been made in connection with the killing, but police say strong leads have been developed. The person who died in a single vehicle crash this past weekend in Stratford has been identified as an 18-year-old town resident. Police say Ryan Julian was driving a Mustang GT that left Nichols Avenue and crashed into a tree. 4 passengers in the car were hurt, including one person who remains hospitalized in critical condition. Julian was a 2025 graduate of Bunnell High School in Stratford, where he played on the football team. This weekend is National Drug Take-Back Day, and the Department of Consumer Protection is advising residents to use this opportunity to safely discard unwanted or expired medications. There will be multiple sites located throughout the state. You can find one online or by calling your local police department. And the UConn women's basketball team's trip to Germany for their season opener next month has been canceled. The game against Louisville that was to be played at the Ramstein Air Base in Germany on November 4th will now take place at the U.S. Naval Academy in Maryland. The cancellation is directly related to the ongoing federal government shutdown. Officials say Ramstein Air Base is operating at a reduced capacity because of the shutdown and cannot host the game. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Upper Merritt southbound in Trumbull, accident reported near exit 32. 95 northbound, over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The parkway isn't much help. New Haven, 95 south, crawling through Long Wharf, over cross north and southbound. Plenty of company on either side going into the West Rock Tunnel. And on 84 eastbound, volume blaze through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Elievson and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
Mainly clear and chilly this evening and tonight with a low in the upper 30s to near 40. Saturday sunny with a high in the upper 50s. Sunday sunny with a high in the mid 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, great to have you with us. Couple more minutes here. Another busy hour. Coming up, Chris Caruso with his latest update here, and you and I together at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Interesting text messages today. Hey, Paul, it's time to move on. Pick another subject. There is, and listen, this person is probably laughing and smiling. I have no idea who this is. There are a couple of people who, for some reason, and I don't know whether it's a political motivation or they're just busting my castanets, as one is wanting to say. If they're just, I don't know, if they don't like when I talk about the absentee ballot situation, but why not? It seems to be in the news every freaking month. Oh, man, and we're talking about, as Chris said there in his news, and as you're reading all over the place here, the Connecticut Mirror, you're seeing this in Hearst and a couple of other places, a Bridgeport City Councilman already embattled, as they say, is being investigated by state prosecutors for allegedly collecting absentee ballots from public housing facilities ahead of the general election next month. I mean, it's against the law. Folks, maybe there are some people out there who don't understand. And I know people, and again, I'm not alleging what happened or what didn't happen in this case, and never met Mr. Castillo. I've got nothing against him. But it's not just him. It is just constant here. You get this lather, rinse, and repeat a cycle here of people. It's called ballot harvesting. And it's not legal. You're not supposed to do this. I guess from what one of our previous callers said, you get people who are intimidated. They don't understand the law. People, you have to understand something. If you are using an absentee ballot, and even if somebody has gotten that absentee ballot for you, once you fill it out, they cannot collect that ballot. The only people that can handle that ballot, once you have filled it out, are you, the person that filled it out, a law enforcement officer, a designated person in your family, or a designated healthcare professional, a caregiver. But again, we're in this lather, rinse, and repeat cycle. And anytime there's anything in Hartford that may slow this down, it doesn't happen. Just talking to somebody in the hallway here outside the studios, a connoisseur saying, why can't they stop this? I said, if you have the formula to do that, then go ahead. And again, frankly, I don't give a rat's backside who wins the elections here. I don't live here. What I do, what does frost me off is, what is the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting things to change.
Getting through your work week is tough, but the weekend means one thing: football. And all the best action is heard live on WICC. Every Sunday at 11, the Rudin Report presents Sunday Morning Quarterback, recapping the week of high school football. Then at 12:30, it's time to go pro with the NFL and the Duchess Restaurants doubleheader, because Sundays are made for football. Every week this season on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices. Try the Big D Philly cheesesteak, or how about a combo meal like a Big D cheeseburger, long dog, or grilled chicken sandwich with fries and a drink, or a roasted turkey, bacon, and cheddar on wheatberry bread. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many menu items: sandwiches, wraps, burgers, hot dogs, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Hello, my name is Bob Cinto, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, SCINTO.com.
It's never too early to start thinking about your future as you age. Where do you want to live? Would you like to remain in your home? Have you thought about changing care needs? MyPlaceCT.org connects you with resources that can help you make a plan to live how you want. If you're an older adult or person with a disability, you'll find information on services and supports. Find the help you need to plan for the future you want. Visit MyPlaceCT.org. That's MyPlaceCT.org.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit Ellen J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
In our effort to give dissemination of notice to nonprofit agencies, Connoisseur Media invites these agencies to request notification of job openings. To register your nonprofit agency for notifications of job openings at all Connoisseur Media stations in Connecticut, call us at 203-783-8200. Ask for Tristan Holler, and be sure to give us your name, address, phone number, and a contact person at the agency. If you're on our notification list and have changes or updates, call us at 203-783-8200. Ask for Tristan Holler. Connoisseur Media is an equal opportunity employer.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Upper Merritt southbound in Trumbull, accident reported near exit 32. 95 northbound, over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The parkway isn't much help. New Haven, 95 south, crawling through Long Wharf, over cross north and southbound. Plenty of company on either side going into the West Rock Tunnel. And on 84 eastbound, volume delays through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Eliason and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and chilly, upper 30s to near 40. Saturday, sunny with a high in the upper 50s. Sunday, sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
How much crazier can it get? Don't worry, Paul's here to get you through it. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the voice of Connecticut.
And we conduct our weekly check of the Stunads and the Cavones out there with our guy. He's got his antenna for them. Former Democratic State Rep Chris Caruso, who I know gets incensed and gets agita about the same things I do. Mr. Caruso, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Happy Friday, Paul. And first, let me just thank you for being the honorary Grand Marshal for the Columbus Day Parade.
Yeah.
And it was an honor, and I enjoyed our conversation at Nick's Diner in the North End right before the parade. We had a lot of fun. It was a great day to be Italian, Paul.
It certainly was. It was, Chris. Thank you. And I got to go. Now that I know that it's there, I got to go by and mange a little bit. That's a, nice place there. Hey, Chris.
Paul, the four brothers run it, and they've done a great job, and they're very into the community. So I encourage people to go up and support them. Yep.
Hey, Chris, couple of things here, and I know you had a chat with a leading progressive in the General Assembly, and I'm glad you told me that because I want to get your impressions of him. Before that, sure. Chris, again, another day here, as my mother used to say, not the road, over and over again. We get, and again, Mr. Castillo, innocent till proven guilty. I get it. I understand that. But, Chris, I took so many calls today, and people are like, when is this ever going to end? And we're talking about more allegations, Chris, of something that is well known to be illegal, and that's ballot harvesting. Yet it continues, at least allegedly, to go on.
Well, it will stop, Paul, as we've said right along, when those that are convicted of abusing absentee ballots serve jail time. It's as simple as that. A jury, would have to convict them, and then the judge would have to demand that they serve jail time. It's the only way it's going to stop. And the gentleman in question, of course, it's alleged, these accusations, but he's been involved in a series of absentee ballot abuse. Time and time again, he's either being indicted or he's being investigated by the state's attorney's office, and it just continues. And in this case, allegedly, he declared that he was an employee of the Housing and Urban Development for the federal government.
Yeah.
And in one case, apparently, from my reading, he was a state marshal. He stated that.
Yeah.
So it's not only robbing the absentee ballots, it's impersonating individuals that he has no right to impersonate. So, there's a series of violations that are alleged against him. And it's not only him, there's others that are violating the law too. And if we believe in the sanctity of the ballot box, if we believe in fair elections, and I know that's the hue and cry right now across the country, saving democracy, if that's the case, then people that are convicted of these crimes have to do jail time. And I can assure you, once that happens, Paul, things will start changing. But until that happens, they feel they have a free card to do whatever they want, whenever they want to do it. And in this particular case, apparently it's over the battle for the council presidency. So when the new council seated in, I think it's December or January, a new president is going to be elected. And the two individuals that are the current incumbents in the East Side where these alleged violations took place, one of them is running again for the council presidency.
Yeah.
And from what I understand, Mr. Castillo isn't supportive of her. So he's out there to try and, take the election from her. So that way she loses. And then his candidate could be the council president. This is ridiculous. All the years, Paul, I've had my agreements and my disagreements with opponents based on policy.
Yeah.
But never would I go out and cheat in order to win an election. And that's what they're doing. A good friend of mine repeatedly reminds me that the only way they win elections in Bridgeport is by cheating. That's the only way it happens. In 1998, Paul, I was running for state representative.
Yeah.
And I had fought against two asphalt plants to be built in the city.
Okay.
In the poorest of neighborhoods, one near Seaside Park, the other one near Pleasure Beach, right? Yeah. And I opposed it. And the public came out and we had hearings. Zoning hearing had over 1,300 people at the hearing.
Wow.
Right? And we stopped them cold, right? And then it went to court because we were sued, not us, but the zoning board was sued, and the court upheld us.
Good.
So those two asphalts were never built. Well, guess what? The mayor and the town chairman walked door to door against me in a Democratic primary. And you know what? We didn't cheat on absentees, Paul. I was able to win with the help of so many people, constituents, labor, friends of mine. We won by 75% of the vote.
Wow.
And if I tell you, Paul, 20 to 50 absentee ballots in the entire district were cast because we didn't have to.
I know.
And that's what makes it so bad here, that you get these characters now that think the only way you can win is by cheating. And so they go out and they just abuse the system. They don't give a damn about the people of Bridgeport, because if they did, they would stop doing what they're doing. And they figure this is the way to win, is to rob and to steal and to cheat.
Hey, Chris, you're lucky you didn't end up in the asphalt.
Yeah.
Hey, what happened to Caruso? Oh, he I don't know.
Well, that's a whole other story. One day I'll share with you.
Oh boy,
that involved an organized crime figure. But that's another day. We'll talk about that.
All right,
one.
We'll save that one for Christmas. That'll be the Christmas show. Hey, Chris,
Paul, I always have a story. The one that Will Weicker you love. I always have a story. So
all right.
Know that. Yeah.
In about the 2 minutes we have left, you said you chatted with a guy who is no real fan of the governor. He's a Democrat, and he's perceived as one of the top 2 or 3 people in the real progressive wing of the Connecticut Democratic Party. That's Hampton State Rep Josh Elliott. What did he have to say?
Well, he called me last night. I was surprised to receive the call. I know Josh, and I've spoken to him in the past. It was very nice of him to reach out to me. He's trying to gain support and endorsements, and I wouldn't give him that. Last night I told him there's time. Let's see how things progress. Mm-hmm. And but he's out working, and he's visiting towns throughout the state of Connecticut. The big challenge is going to be the convention where he has to get enough delegates. And he's also raising money now into the public financing system. He's a state rep from Hamden. He served, I think, 10 years in the legislature and decided to take on Ned Lamont. He is progressive, and he's giving it a shot. I always celebrate when people want to run for office, because I think that's the strength of our democracy. So I celebrate that fact. I haven't committed to him. He asked me what my thoughts were and would I commit. And at this point, I'm not prepared to do that because it's early and still things are going to show. I happen to like, as I've said before, I happen to like Ned Lamont. I think he's done a fairly good job in the state. Mm-hmm. So, but it was nice of him to call me, and we've agreed to, in a month or two, that he'll call me again and we'll continue the conversation. But he's out working, and he's working hard from what I can see. He's got to raise enough money in order to access public financing. Yeah. I think he's got to raise, $350,000, and he's getting there, slowly but surely. And it's just going to be interesting. He seems very committed to running. And I've got to tell you, to his credit, he didn't knock Lamont.
Okay.
He just disagrees with policies and positions that Lamont has taken, and he feels that we need to do more for people in the state, and he stressed that to me. And he didn't. Again, there wasn't any of this visceral back and forth about Ned Lamont, and and he's running. And I said, it's going to be a fight, and he said that. He likes fights, so he enjoys that type of political campaigning. So more to come, but I just wanted to share that with you, that he is out working, and see where it all goes.
Interesting, yeah. Good for him. Listen, you may not agree with somebody, but I don't like uncontested races. I don't. Chris Caruso?
That's right.
Chris, thanks, my friend, and we'll save the asphalt and cement stories for another day, okay? All right, Chris.
Take care, Paul.
Thanks, bye-bye. Yeah, I can imagine. Shocking. Chris was approached by organized crime in Bridgeport. I'm just stunned.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Upper Merritt southbound in Trumbull, accident reported near exit 32. 95 northbound, over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The parkway isn't much help. New Haven, 95 south, crawling through Long Wharf, over cross north and southbound. Plenty of company on either side going into the West Rock Tunnel. And on 84 eastbound, volume delays through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Elievson and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. I'm Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
Mainly clear and chilly this evening and tonight with a low in the upper 30s to near 40. Saturday sunny with a high in the upper 50s. Sunday sunny with a high in the mid 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
Legends of Fear, now open for our 29th year of haunting. Ride our haunted hayride or walk the Hallow Trail and visit Melonhead Revenge. Enjoy up to 90 minutes of terror at our farm. Real farm, real woods, real fear. Legends of Fear is the best in outdoor haunting. Buy your tickets now at legendsoffear.com, a nationally ranked top haunt. Bring your family for an exciting night of outdoor adventure. Visit legendsoffear.com. That's legendsoffear.com.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin. $5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PROMO25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PROMO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PROMO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Want to know how business gets made in Connecticut? Check out the Made podcast at voiceofct.com. It's the official companion to the Made Leadership Series. Want to stay ahead of the curve and learn from top minds? Check out Connecticut-made.com and get made.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News special report. Lower than forecast inflation data has pushed all three major Wall Street indices to record highs today. The Dow closed up 1%. The S&P 500 ended the day up about 0.75%, and the Nasdaq was up more than 1% at the closing bell. CBS's Kelly O'Grady says the street was surprised, but in a good way.
Inflation did tick up. It did tick up to 3% annually, which is the first time we've seen a 3 in front of that number since January, but it didn't tick up as much as Wall Street expected.
CBS News business analyst Jill Schlesinger says the inflation report will give the nation central bank a rationale for cutting a key interest rate.
The report will be fodder for the Federal Reserve, which is set to meet next week. Most believe the Fed will continue cutting interest rates, this time most likely by another 1/4%.
CBS News Special Report. I'm Christopher Cruz.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A member of Bridgeport's City Council is involved in yet another criminal investigation. Alfredo Castillo is currently awaiting trial on election fraud charges. These new charges stem from complaints filed by Jasmine Cooper, the daughter of Castillo's fellow city councilor Anita Martinez. Cooper's complaint alleges that Castillo was impersonating a HUD employee and had Cooper banned from a public housing development on East Washington Avenue. The second complaint alleges that Castillo used his position to collect absentee ballots. Frank Riccio, Castillo's attorney, declined comment. A Monroe man charged after his toddler's son was wounded by a gunshot is rejecting a plea offer from prosecutors. Barrington Strauchan has turned down a plea deal that would send him to prison for 7 years. The toddler was in a room with Strauchan when he was shot in the hand and foot, and he claimed the child shot himself. The 31-year-old Strauchan is charged with criminal possession of a firearm and risk of injury to a minor. He remains free on $150,000 bond. Enrollment is up over 6% at the schools that make up the Connecticut State Colleges and University system. The increase at Central, Eastern, Southern, and Western state universities is nearly 10%. The largest individual jump in enrollment this year is over 12% at Central State University in New Britain. The state community college system is reporting a 4.3% enrollment increase over last year's numbers. This year, more than 4,300 paraeducators enrolled in a high-deductible health plan with a health savings account are eligible for an almost 70% discount from their annual deductible share. In addition, approximately 3,000 paraeducators will receive an average discount of 43% from their healthcare premium costs if they're enrolled in a traditional premium-based plan. State Comptroller Sean Scanlon released a statement saying, quote, "Despite the indispensable role paraeducators play in our schools, many struggle to both stay in the field and afford necessities like housing and health care." Scanlon has been a major proponent of health care affordability, a need that has only grown in the face of the ongoing government shutdown.
Here in Connecticut, we are doing everything we can to make health care more affordable for people. We're trying to be a leader in the United States when it comes to health care affordability, and we're making great progress.
The Office of the State Comptroller has released $15 million in funding directly to districts to subsidize paraeducator health care costs. Beginning tomorrow, over 150,000 Connecticut residents will receive a letter telling them that their health care costs are going up, in some cases dramatically. Access Health CT customers could end up paying several times more next year than they do now, depending on whether or not Affordable Care Act tax credits persist after the government shutdown ends. 3rd District Democratic Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro spoke about the potential increases at a recent media event.
A family of 4 living in Milford who has an income of $130,000 now pays $921 a month. They're now going to pay $2,800 a month in 2026, an increase of almost $23,000 a year. You tell me who can afford this kind of an increase.
This change comes ahead of open enrollment, which begins November 1st. Nearly 50 million small nip-sized alcohol bottles were sold in Connecticut over the last 6 months. The sales of the nip bottles generated $2.5 million under a new state program designed to address litter. Towns will receive 5 cents for every nip bottle sold within their borders, with the money dedicated to local litter collection and recycling efforts. New Haven was the top seller with well over 2 million little bottles sold that generated $117,000 for the city. Senator Richard Blumenthal says the indictments of over 30 people in sports betting schemes shows that gambling has corrupted the games. Blumenthal has a long history of being opposed to the sports betting boom that has grown in Connecticut and nationwide over the last few years.
It's tearing apart families, literally
divorces, abandonment. It's a criminal justice problem when people get into trouble and they have to pay back the debts that they owe.
He says the troubling indictments handed down this week signal that betting has become a detriment to fans and to people with gambling addictions. The Democratic U.S. Senator says the Safe Bet Act he has proposed would prevent athletes and coaches from betting on their own games, crack down on prop bets, and provide more oversight on gaming companies. WFSB Channel 3 spoke to Dr. Andre Newfield, who said that the digital nature of modern gambling has exacerbated the problem.
It's so accessible that it's hard to know because people set up these accounts, and until it's a major problem, it's just sort of brewing in the background.
Americans wagered $147 billion legally on sports last year. Avelo Airlines is ending operations at Bradley International Airport. Avelo yesterday announced that it will exit the Hartford area airport after the last scheduled flight on January 25th. The airline indicates that multiple business factors make this the best decision for Avelo's continued growth. Connecticut Airport Authority officials say they are disappointed and surprised by the decision, especially by the end of the state's only nonstop service to Montego Bay, Jamaica. Avelo first began operating at Bradley less than a year ago. However, Avelo will be adding extra service at Tweed New Haven Regional Airport for the Thanksgiving holiday weekend. Avelo says the extra nonstop flights will be between New Haven and Chicago's O'Hare, Baltimore, Washington International, Detroit, and Knoxville airports. Avelo officials say seats are filling up fast for the upcoming holiday travel season. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, solid hour, Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound isn't much help right now. New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf. Well, across southbound side, plenty of company and sun glare delays going down into the West Rock Tunnel and 84 eastbound side. Volume delays going through Danbury into the Super 7 and Newtown going into exit 11. I'm Ed Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and chilly, upper 30s to near 40. Saturday, sunny with a high in the upper 50s. Sunday, sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If Greenwich is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, a lot of people are talking about this massive report that came out yesterday, kind of a two-pronged investigation now into gambling with organized crime. I mean, when was the last time you heard the Lucchese and Genovese crime families in the news that still exist, younger generations? And a pro sports league, the NBA, now part of the investigation. I guess there were red flags raised about a prop bet that was connected to a guy, Terry Rozier, that they were already looking at, and the FBI Director Kash Patel outlined that with the investigators. Just a mess. I mean, one job you don't want to have today is NBA media person, like working in their marketing and media departments. And speaking of sports marketing, how much of an effect will this have? And what will the NBA have to do to quell anybody, who's out there going, hey, see, I told you, the players are on the take, or they're doing this for their friends? Joining us right now is an expert on sports marketing, Dr. Josh Sheward. He's a professor of sports management program with our friends at Sacred Heart University. He's consulted with numerous organizations, teams, and corporations, including ESPN, World Wrestling Entertainment, the Harlem Globetrotters, Madison Square Garden, the Bridgeport Sound Tigers. You have heard of them. Dr. Sheward, it's Paul here on WICC. Good afternoon. How are you?
Great. Thanks for having me, Paul. To answer your first question, I think it was probably the 1970s was the last time those names were popping out.
Right? Yeah. Especially with the local news coverage around here. But, yeah, we heard about it yesterday. So that was, Dr. Sheward, in connection with these high-tech fixed poker games. But the other part of this that seems to have a lot of people going, oh, boy, is the controversy with Chauncey Billups, the coach of the Portland Trail Blazers, guy who I think's in the Hall of Fame. and Terry Rozier. So you're a sports marketing guy. What do you think it's like in the NBA offices now?
Well, there's probably absolute chaos, but from my perspective, the interesting and really relevant area is, the fact that they were using some of these guys as the face for these illegal mafia-driven fixed, games, and essentially like a celebrity endorser to get people interested. Oh, these people are involved. They're luring these people in. I guess I call them suckers. Yeah. And they're losing the money, and then those guys are getting profits wired back to them. So that it's pretty interesting that you're using known names to attract wealthy people into that. And interesting. We did Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Finish. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, we did a national study on sports gambling the first time last year. We're hoping to repeat it again this year at Sacred Heart.
Okay.
And interestingly, the people, by and large, were sort of softening on, legalized gambling. It's not as taboo. It's easy to do online, and stuff like this just shakes the foundation of, public perception and public trust. I mean, everyone's like, "Whoa, we should have known better." People were even softening on Pete Rose.
Yeah.
Like, oh, maybe we overthought things. Maybe, he was a good baseball player. And then you see stuff like this and you're like, wow, this is really at the core of, you're watching a game and you're like, wow, what's real and what's not.
Yeah. And Dr. Short, you've got this scenario now of, and again, a lot of people have been warning about this, politicians and experts, these prop bets. And for people that don't understand, it's a proposition bet. Okay, I'm taking player A to have more than 10 rebounds, or taking player B to have under 15 points. And the allegation here, for people who aren't following this, is Terry Rozier faked an injury to, I guess, stay under, because a lot of people bet the under here. And again, Dr. Shewart, I'm sure if you talk to 99.9% of the players, they say, I would never do that. But now, when it's in the news and it's all over the place, the leagues must be going, oh my God, here. Does, from a marketing point of view, does Adam Silver have to come out and address this eventually? Does he have to hold a news conference?
They're already investigating, on their end, and they're probably crisis control. But the interesting thing is, these guys are very wealthy people. I mean, Rozier was making, I think his salary is about $26 million. Phillips played in the league and as a coach. I mean, these are wealthy people that are, involved in this stuff. So that's kind of shocking. But yeah, the league is going to have to, jump on that. But, I mentioned in another interview that the NBA, they have these official gambling partners in DraftKings and FanDuel. I mean, they're officially partnered with them, and so there's a reason why Las Vegas was the only place you could go to gamble on sports for a very long time. Yeah. And you start legalizing it across the country, and you have issues.
Absolutely. Thanks to Professor Josh Stewart. He is a sports marketing expert, professor in sports management at the Welch College of Business and Technology at Sacred Heart University. Professor, thank you. We appreciate it, and hopefully we can chat down the road. Appreciate the time. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Dr. Josh Stewart there. Shewart, I should say. Dr. Josh Shewart. Professor of Sports Management at Sacred Heart University in Fairfield.
I'm Secretary of the State, Stephanie Thomas. In Connecticut, we have elections every year. This year, you'll choose who you want to represent you in local government. Election Day is Tuesday, November 4th. Get details at myvote.ct.gov today.
Are the taxes on your financial savings cutting into your retirement? Do you truly understand the taxes on your IRAs and 401ks? Would you like a future where your taxes are minimized and investments are sound? If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least a $250,000 portfolio, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help. Call for a complimentary consultation. They'll show you real tax savings on your savings. 203-795-7080. 203-795-7080. Bridgelight Financial Advisors, your retirement tax strategy specialists.
Want to know how business gets made in Connecticut? Check out the Made podcast at voiceofct.com. It's the official companion to the Made Leadership Series. Want to stay ahead of the curve and learn from top minds? Check out Connecticut-made.com and get made.
October 10th is World Mental Health Day, and this year we're saying thank you, therapists, because behind every breakthrough, supportive moment, and small win is a therapist who showed up and made a difference. BetterHelp therapists have supported over 5 million people globally on their mental health journeys. That's millions of stories, millions of journeys, where a therapist showed up, listened, and helped someone take a step forward. Moments in therapy, like the right question, a safe space to cry, or a small win, can change lives. With more than 12 years' experience and the world's largest online network of qualified therapists, BetterHelp makes it easy to match with the right therapist online, the one who can make a real difference. If you're ready to find the right therapist for you, BetterHelp can help you start that journey. See for yourself. Our listeners get 10% off their first month. Just call pound 250 and say the keyword ABC Radio. That's keyword ABC Radio after calling pound 250.
And I'll bet you didn't know that today, Friday, October the 24th, is United Nations Day. And with that, we have a very special guest coming up.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, solid hour Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound isn't much help right now. New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf. Well, across southbound side, plenty of company and sun glare delays going down into the West Rock Tunnel on 84. Eastbound side, volume delays going through Danbury into the Super 7 and Newtown going into exit 11. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC traffic.
Mainly clear and chilly this evening and tonight with a low in the upper 30s to near 40. Saturday sunny with a high in the upper 50s. Sunday sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
Send a text to someone who will actually read them. 203-333-9422. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on the voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Back at it right here on Connecticut Today, WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM, and of course online streaming for all those digital devices at voiceofct.com. Very pleased to have our next guest with us. He's an award-winning historian, a writer, a conservationist, international public servant, the author of 4 books. His writing has been featured in many publications, including the Financial Times and the New York Times. He has a brand new book out, and this book is fascinating. Peacemaker, U Thant, and the Forgotten Quest for a Just World. The author and grandson of U Thant joins us, Thant Mint U Thant. It's Paul here at WICC. Glad to have you with us. How are you, sir?
Very well, thank you. Good to be with you today.
And you told me right before we got going here that you are somewhat familiar with the Fairfield County area where we are.
That's right, because my parents, my father's passed away a few years ago. My mother has moved to somewhere near Boston, but they were both living together in Westport actually, for I guess about 15 years altogether until a few years ago.
Fabulous. You know, when I was growing up and I was transfixed by news, along with all the Saturday morning cartoons, but I was able to gather that the news wasn't really entertainment. It was what was really happening. And your grandfather, U Thant, served as the 3rd ever Secretary General of the UN right when I was growing up. In fact, I was born in 1961. He served 10 years, 1961 to 1971. When did you first become cognizant, Thant, of the impact and the grandeur of the position that your grandfather had?
I guess in bits and pieces. I mean, we lived with him, my parents, and so me and my sisters, we lived with him. I was born in his house, not in his house, but in the hospital, but lived with him as a young child in Riverdale, in the Bronx,
sure.
when he was Secretary General. So I was born in 1966. And we would occasionally, or I would very occasionally go with him or visit him in his office on the top floor of the UN building in Manhattan. And one of my earliest memories is actually going, it was in 1970, so I was just about 4 years old, and to go visit the Apollo 11 astronauts who were coming to see him
Sure.
A year after they had come back from the moon. So I kind of realized he was in a special position, but it was only much later on that I tried to understand what his role had been and the legacy of his time in office.
I guess it hit you, grandpa or grandfather or however you referred to him. He had a pretty big job. Even you were able at a young age to figure that out, huh?
Yeah, that's right. I remember his car. I remember a siren that was inside the car that you would put on top of the car. I guess if there was ever a global emergency. I remember his security guards and the guards we had at the house. So those things are kind of fuzzy memories for me. But then for a long time, I didn't really think about his time as Secretary General. I worked for the UN for a while, but he'd faded into the background. Very few people talked about him. Younger generation of people, the UN didn't know very much about him. So even though I had worked in the UN and I'm a historian, I'd worked on British Empire, much older kind of history, it's only with this book that I really began to kind of dive into what actually happened, and also this question of why it's been largely forgotten as well.
So let's get to that, Thant. Again, he served in a very turbulent time, November of 61, I see, to December of 71, so roughly about 10 years, and you began looking into this, and in your research, I would imagine, what impacted you? Were there things that were like, oh, wow, moments here about your grandfather and about what he was trying to do, as you say, his quest for peace?
Yes, from the very beginning, because I wasn't intending to write this book, but the UN had declassified over the years, but also digitized his archive. So that wasn't just his official papers, but it was also his personal papers, which my family had given to the UN. So hotel receipts, medical records, personal letters, everything. And because I had digitized them over COVID, I began to look through them and suddenly realized that it was very different from the kind of history things that I'd read in the history book. So I went to the library. I read everything I could on the Cuban Missile Crisis, Vietnam, Six-Day War. And I realized it was a very different story that was in that archive. And so that was the beginning of my research and my work into this book.
You mentioned one aspect, the Cuban Missile Crisis, all the things, Thant, that went on there. Were you able to find out or glean that your grandfather, in his quest for peace, was he more involved, or was there a different, perhaps, level of involvement in some of these international crises or ongoing dealings between nations that maybe a lot of people didn't know about, or not?
Yeah, absolutely. Because I think the story that's told, and the story that's even in almost all the history books, even up to the present day, certainly all the movies and TV shows that you might watch, is that there was a Cuban Missile Crisis. President Kennedy sort of stood firm. He was very skillful, and the Russians backed down. And in almost none of those accounts do you read about a Burmese UN Secretary General who was the mediator in between Kennedy and the Soviet leader, Nikita Khrushchev. But that's exactly what happened. And over those many days, he both inserted himself into the crisis. He basically sent a whole series of both public and also secret messages to both sides to help create the kind of time and space for that emergency diplomacy of several days. He came out with the formula. Actually, was the first to articulate the formula for the settlement of the conflict. He flew to Havana to see Fidel Castro to try to get him on side. He negotiated between the two sides on the verification of the Soviet missile withdrawal. So all of that meant that he, as the kind of neutral person in between, that all three sides, Castro as well, could kind of eventually depend on and use in different ways to pull themselves back from the brink. He played a really indispensable role, and it's fascinating to both look at the archive, and I hope the story that I tell will be of interest to a lot of people as well.
Thant Minh U is the guest. His grandfather, of course, U Thant, the name of the book by Thant, Peacemaker, U Thant and the Forgotten Quest for a Just World. Boy, to get involved, Thant, in that, in a situation where the world was a few days, possibly tragically, from going to World War III, but he was able, as you say, to get both sides in some way to step back. It's got to take a special kind of person to do that. And you title the book Peacemaker. Was he, in fact, a natural peacemaker? What brought him briefly to that, to the heights of what he was able to achieve? What was that like?
Yeah, it's a remarkable story because he arrived in New York in 1957, so a few years before, to be the Burmese ambassador. And he quickly gained the reputation as the guy who kind of got along with everyone from East and West and from the ex-colonial world and from the Western powers as well. But just 10 years before that, he was actually living in essentially a village, a small town in Burma, very poor country, very poor place. He was a school teacher for almost his entire life until he was 40 years old. And then he decides on a midlife career change, leaves, goes to Rangoon, the capital of Burma, rises in the government service, and then winds up in New York, and a few years later becomes the head of the UN and is mediating between Kennedy and Khrushchev. And I think part of it was he had a very cool temper. He was a very even, sort of tempered person. But I think his special power, in a way, was he had lived in many different worlds. So I think he was a good listener, and he was very good at understanding many different points of view and trying to identify exactly where the areas of compromise could be, or where he could try to get different sides to move forward on very thorny issues.
There have been multiple secretaries general of the UN. What do you think your grandfather's legacy was at the UN for his roughly 10-year tenure? If you talk to a UN historian like yourself, what do you think they say when your grandfather's name is mentioned?
I think one thing is, in those days, the UN is very actively mediating in lots of conflicts. So he mediated in over a dozen different conflicts. Some were successful, some were unsuccessful. Vietnam was a huge frustration for him for many years. But I think overarching all of those things was that over that 10-year period, the world was decolonized, and all these new countries from Asia and Africa came into the UN and basically created the international system that we have today. We kind of think that the system was created in 1945 at the end of World War II, but actually most aspects of the system that we have centered on the UN to some extent, with states being at least nominally equal, that's very much a product of the 1960s. And that wasn't set in stone when he took charge in 1961. It was still very half-finished, but by the time he left in 1971, the UN was around. It had kind of stabilized in many ways. And we have this post-colonial system that we didn't have just a couple of decades before.
Finally, fast forward to where we are now, Thant, in October of 2025, and the UN still has some very strong backers. The UN has some moderate backers, and then the UN has some critics in various countries, including at times our present occupant of the White House, Mr. Trump, who doesn't see the strength of the UN. They want the UN to do more. Some people tragically look at it as powerless. What are your thoughts on that? Is the UN kind of an always evolving body depending upon what's going on in the world?
Yes, it's always an evolving body, and the UN is very different in each decade, and it's had to reinvent itself. And in a way, I think the critics of the UN can sometimes be right. I think it's not doing the job that it should be doing in ending many of the terrible wars that we see around the world. It's not really set up right now to respond to something like the Cuban Missile Crisis. If we have an accidental escalation, possible nuclear confrontation, say, between the U.S. and China or Russia and Europe, I don't think the UN is set up to play the kind of role that my grandfather was able to play in 1962. So I think we have to take a really hard look at the UN. At the same time, it has this tremendous record of success and failure for 70, 80 years. So we should learn from that and see what it's actually good at and what it's not. And finally, I think that, it's the only global institution that we actually have, the only universal institution where every country is a member. So we definitely shouldn't throw it away. I think we need a lot of hard thinking, homework, and political investment to make it that kind of peacemaking institution that it has been at different times, and I think it can be in the future as well.
And the name of the book is Peacemaker U Thant and the Forgotten Quest for a Just World, written by U Thant's grandson, Thant Mint U. Thant, thank you. This has been fascinating. Continue good luck, and may the spirit of your grandfather live on. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Bye-bye.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, solid hour, Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound isn't much help right now. New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf. Well, across southbound side, plenty of company and sun glare delays going down into the West Rock Tunnel and 84. Eastbound side, volume delays going through Danbury into the Super 7 and Newtown going into exit 11. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and chilly, upper 30s to near 40. Saturday, sunny with a high in the upper 50s. Sunday, sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, I'm Peter from Donut Delight. Donut Delight has used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 1994. From installing plumbing in our new stores to maintaining our existing stores and our personal homes. Their guys have always been very professional and great to work with. Donut Delight has been very happy with Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
CT STEM Academy has been deepening students' knowledge of STEM concepts both in school and after school since 2011.
We are proud to say they are this month's Connoisseur Cares local charity.
Every month, we'll highlight and support one of Connecticut's great charitable organizations.
CT STEM Academy aims to provide an innovative enrichment program designed for students interested in deepening their knowledge of STEM concepts. Learn how to get your student involved at ctstemacademy.org.
Folks, have a great weekend. Once again, thanks to Thant Minh Yu, author of Peacemaker U Thant and the Forgotten Quest for a Just World. Had him on today, talked to him a few days ago because it is United Nations Day. Also, I didn't get a chance to take his call, but I talked to our buddy, our NFL prognosticator. Yes, Mark. This is only for fun, folks. Our fun continues. Green Bay -3 against Pittsburgh. The Washington Commanders +12.5 against KC. Denver -3.5 against Dallas. Chris, thank you. Folks, have a great weekend.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Christopher Cruz in Los Angeles. National Guardsmen are working at food banks inundated with requests for help as the government shutdown continues.
Many pantries rely on USDA funding, which is drying up. Margaret Dickinson has managed the food pantry at Calvary Episcopal Church in Louisville, Kentucky for 43 years. She says this week was the first time they've run out of food with the need so great.
It's just ballooning like crazy.
Lynette Lau is president of the Association of Community Ministries in Louisville.
We feel like this is the tip of the iceberg.
Because SNAP benefits will be cut starting November 1st, potentially leaving millions more people in need of food. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
President Trump's war on drug traffickers is ramping up.
In recent weeks, the U.S. military has blown up 10 alleged drug smuggling boats in the Caribbean and the Pacific. White House advisor Stephen Miller says President Trump will continue to treat drug smugglers and their sponsors as foreign terrorist organizations.
These designated FTOs are the ISIS of the Western Hemisphere, and as the president made clear yesterday, they will be dealt with just as we dealt with ISIS.
Miller spoke as the U.S. military is sending an aircraft carrier to the waters off South America, and as the Trump administration has imposed sanctions against Colombia's president and his family. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
New York Attorney General Letitia James was defiant after pleading not guilty to charges of mortgage fraud in federal court today.
I've heard from just about every jurisdiction in this nation who have said stand up and be tall and never ever cow down or back down or break or bend.
The trial is scheduled for January. The Premier of Ontario, Canada, said he's pulling a television ad that called tariffs harmful. The ad angered President Trump so much he announced he was ending trade talks with Canada. Game 1 of the World Series begins just after 8 p.m. Eastern Time in Toronto.
Los Angeles Dodgers starting pitcher Blake Snell knows he's facing a tough Toronto team.
They got a lot of confidence right now. They're doing a good job of each at bat, like fueling off of each other.
Blue Jays starter Trey Savage steamed through 4 minor league teams on his way to the majors. Pitched well in the playoffs. He got the word from his manager, John Schneider.
Said they have faith in me to run me out there in the first game, and I was fired up.
At age 22, he's the second youngest Game 1 starting pitcher. The Dodgers, of course, are defending champions. The Blue Jays won the first of 2 titles 33 years ago tonight. Peter King, CBS News.
What a day it was on Wall Street. The 3 major stock indices closed at record highs today. The Dow up 1%, NASDAQ up more than 1%. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive. See why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive to stay protected on the road. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut, bringing you one of Melissa in the Morning's favorite moments.
We are chatting now with Comptroller Sean Scanlon, and a couple of updates came through from your office this week, Comptroller. First thing was an annual loss report. What is that?
What that is that 2 years ago, I decided that because every taxpayer dollar matters, we should publicize how much the state loses every year of those tax dollars. And I had a belief when I did that if I used transparency and accountability, the number of things that the state loses would go down. And sure enough, that's what happened. We started off in the first year with $13 million of annual loss. And this year, we reduced that number by $5 million to be about $8 million. And I think, again, going back to this basic principle that every dollar we get is a dollar somebody gave us, we want to be good stewards of that money. Not all of these things that we experience losses for are our fault by any stretch of the imagination. So I want to be clear about that. But when we lose the dollar, we lose a taxpayer dollar. And I think we used to be better safeguards to the extent that we can of that money.
This probably sounds like a silly question, but how do you lose dollars? I mean, 13 million is a lot. I mean, and then I'm glad to see that the number came down substantially in a year, but how do you lose dollars?
So it's not losing dollars. These are losses in the sense that last year, one of the big things that got attention was when UConn won the national championship, there was a riot at stores and there was property damage. Last year, a state environmental police officer's car got broken into and things were stolen from that car, right?